Folks, Black Star Network is here.
Hold no punches!
I'm real revolutionary right now. Black power.
Support this man, Black media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America, Roland.
Stay black. I love y'all.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, this difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig?
Coming up on Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. President Biden commemorates Emmett Till's lynching by creating a designation of 3 locations to protect those sites. We'll show you what took place today at the White House. Also, folks, we'll talk about a story out of California where a Black mother sues law enforcement officers for executive force after a disturbing incident, folks. When you see this video, it shows you these cops gone wild. Also, the new president, Rainbow Push Coalition, Reverend Frederick Haynes III, joins us today on Roland Martin Unfiltered. Also, nearly 60 years of the assassination of Malcolm X, Attorney Ben Crump and others say they have further proof that officials conspired to assassinate Malcolm X. And we'll have the induction ceremony of the folks for the Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame. It's place on Saturday. We'll have a recap for you as well. It's time to bring the funk of Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. Let's go.
He's got it. Whatever the miss, he's on it. Whatever it is, he's got the scoop, the fact, the find. And when it breaks, he's right on time and it's rolling. Best believe he's knowing. Putting it down from sports to news to politics. With entertainment just for kicks, he's rolling. It's on go, roll, y'all. It's Roland Martin, rolling with Roland now. He's funk, he's fresh, he's real, the best, you know he's Roland Martin now.
Today, folks, is the 82nd birthday of Emmett Till, the 14-year-old boy in Chicago who was lynched in Mississippi, sparking the civil rights movement. At the White House today, President Joe Biden created the Emmett Till and Mamie Till-Mobley National Monuments in Mississippi and Illinois. In his speech, he talked about the importance of this story to American history.
When I was preparing these remarks, I quite frankly, and my colleagues will understand this, I found myself trying to temper my anger as I was writing it. I'm not joking. I can't fathom what it must have been like. It's hard to believe I was 12 years old. And I just, I know no matter how much time has passed, how many birthdays, how many events, how many anniversaries, it's hard to relive this. Brings it all back. We were talking about Rev as if it happened yesterday. The images in your head, things you remember. But it's inspiring to see how many of your family have continued as mothers' courage to find faith in pain, purpose in pain. That's a remarkable thing, it seems to me. Insisting on an open casket for her murdered, and I might add, maimed and mutilated son. 14 years old. 14 years old. She said, let the people see what I've seen. Let the people see what I have seen. My God. All of us have lost children in other ways. How hard it is even to close the casket or keep it open or what a debate it is, but to see the child that had been maimed, and the country and the world saw, not just heard the story of Emmett Till and his mother, as a story of a family's promise and loss and the nation's reckoning with hate, violence, racism, overwhelming abuse of power, brutality. It's hard to fathom. Hard to fathom this even in war for me. It's hard to fathom. But today, on what we've been, would have been Emmett's 82nd birthday, we had another chapter of the story of remembrance and healing. Just as we joined together when I signed the law in his name to make lynching a federal crime, and think how long that took for that to happen. And we screened the movie Till at the White House. Today we join together as I sign a proclamation designating Emmett Till and Mamie Till-Mobley National Monument in both Illinois and in Mississippi. When we ended lynching as a matter of law, we talked about wanting to do this, but the support from the community has been so overwhelming. I thank the members of Congress for their support, and more than that, their leadership. At a time when there are those who seek to ban books, bury history, we're making it clear, crystal clear. While darkness and denialism can hide much, they erase nothing. They can hide, but they erase nothing. We can't just choose to learn what we want to know. We have to learn what we should know. We should know about our country. We should know everything, the good, the bad, the truth of who we are as a nation. That's what great nations do, and we are a great nation. That's what they do. For only with truth comes healing, justice, repair, and another step forward toward forming a more perfect union. We've got a hell of a long way to go. That's what's happening. That's what's going to happen with visitors of all backgrounds to learn the history of Emmett Till and Mamie Till-Mobley through our national monument. Look, telling the truth and the full history of our nation is important. It's important to our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, to our nation as a whole. I've said it before. It was a lesson I learned coming out of not like real leaders in the civil rights movement, but I came out of the civil rights movement as a kid, as a public defender, and I used to, think that you pass something that was good, you can make hate go away. Hate never goes away. It just hides. It hides under the rocks. And given a little bit of oxygen by bad people, it comes roaring out again. It's up to all of us to deal with that. Up to all of us to stop it. Up to all of us. The best way to do it is with the truth. It's used in a different context, but I think it applies here. Silence is complicity. I will not be silent, nor will you be silent about what happened. There's really critical work ahead to continue the fight for racial justice and equality for all Americans. And my administration is committed to leading the path forward. And I know the members of Congress here are even more committed than that. I'm going to close with this. The reason the world saw what Mrs. Till-Mobley saw was because another hero in this story, the black press. Oh, I'm serious. Jet Magazine, the Chicago Defender, and other newspapers and radio announcers who told the story were unflinching and the bravery with which they told that story, making sure America saw what they saw. Ida B. Wells once said, quote, "The way to right wrongs is to turn the light of truth upon them. The way to right wrongs is to shine the light of truth on them." Well, that's our charge today. By the way, parent things, do you ever think we'd be talking about banning books in America? Banning history? I'm serious. The Till family, to all of you here today, I thank you for your courage, for never giving up. Never, never giving up. Before I say even what's more is on my mind, I'm not going to leave this podium. No, I mean, it's just barbaric. Barbaric what happened. And seriously, all you moms out there, imagine the courage it took to say, let them see. The courage. I thank you all for being here. And I know I'm considered too much of an optimist, but I believe if we keep pushing, we're going to continue to make progress. We're going to continue to make progress. It's already being made. The idea that when that 14-year-old was buried, that in this Indian treaty room, there were this many people of color holding powerful office, changing the direction of the country, would have been beyond our comprehension. And we're just getting started.
Folks, and mine is going to be included 3 different sites, and obviously it recognizes the importance of this story to American history. I want to bring my panel right now, talk further about this because it is critically important. Of course, we have Mustafa Santiago Ali, former senior advisor at the EPA, Jones's Law, Victoria Burke. She writes with NNPA, the Black Press of America. We also have on the panel Joe Richardson, civil rights attorney. Glad to have all 3 of you here. When we think of this story, Joe, I mean, it really speaks volumes about, again, what it launched, but it is still raw for African Americans when you think about what took place. And even the sign where there's a sign where his body was thrown over the bridge, where they commemorate that. It's been shot up several times. And so you still have hate that exists here in this country.
No doubt about it, Roland. And in fact, I hope to join Deborah Watts and the family and everyone down there next month for the 68th anniversary, basically. But this is still very raw. There's no question about it. But, Mamie Till deserves credit for starting the modern civil rights movement with the transparency of saying, I want people to know what happened to my daughter, to my son here. And so that open casket got that thing started. And even as we go along, after all these years, you look at the work that the foundation is doing, Deborah Watts and everyone, and her daughter and other folks in the Emmett Till family, they are very much like mothers and matriarchs to those that have lost people for modern day lynchings. Whether it's Michael Brown or whether it's Trayvon Martin, they still have that role. And just now, as the president said, this bill got signed, the Anti-Lynching Act. That was last year. I mean, that was recently. So this is still very raw. And then this war has many fronts, including probably the most important one is voting. We're still talking about what's going on in the South. We're still reeling from the Supreme Court's decision almost 10 years ago now that basically allows people that want to discriminate and do voter suppression to do so. And even Alabama has defied the Supreme Court. Even now, only in the last few days, redrew the districts to make 1 black district when they were supposed to make 2. And so this is still raw because it's still happening. The underlying notions of hate, of ignorance, of indifference at the very least, acquiescence, and silence, all of which is going to go to the negative as it pertains to being on the front related to civil rights, treating it for what it actually is and not acting like we've made it, because we haven't. Maybe it looks different, but the last recent few years, it doesn't look a whole lot different at all, to be perfectly honest with you. You still have modern day lynchings occurring. You still have a lot of problems that are going on. And we're glad that the family is there. We're glad that the president is acting. And we hope to not only have the memories that these monuments will give, but continuing in corresponding action.
You know, Lauren, when you hear the president talk about the importance of the black press, I mean, the reality is without black-owned media, you would not have seen this story get as much attention as it did. And it still speaks. It still speaks to how critically important it is for black-owned media to tell the story that many other people do not tell.
Yeah, and so much of the Emmett Till story obviously is about the black press and the fact without the black press that we would not have known about this story. And obviously without Mamie Till doing what she did, we would not have known about this story in the same way. I do think that I've kind of grown tired of, as great as this is and as unprecedented as this is, I have grown tired of sort of monuments and proclamations when, in fact, there's policy that can be glued to this as well. In the form of qualified immunity, in the form of funding defense attorneys around this country. Even if somebody just announced something about the Innocence Project, money going to them, something, you know, to the points just made, Trayvon Martin and Michael Brown, nobody paid a price for that. You know, Zimmerman got away with that. The cop that shot Michael Brown got away with that. And it seems like to me the real sort of monuments that we should be building right now are built by policy and not just by granite and stone or whatever this is going to be. And it's not that I'm, you know, in any way against this commemoration, because of course it's good to commemorate and remember history. But at the same time, I wish that this announcement had been joined by some policy, because I do think the Democratic Party has a great deal of problems when it comes to talking about things like qualified immunity, which, of course, they don't want to talk about. There was a famous caucus call in the Democratic Party, I think it was 2 years ago, where there was a big argument about whether or not they should even be talking about anything involved in the Black Lives Matter agenda around police brutality, because a lot of Democrats feel they're losing votes. But the fact that the party doesn't even want to talk about policy, but does want to talk about monuments, I do think is slightly problematic here. When in contemporary days, we still see things like Trayvon Martin and Michael Brown. When I was a kid, I watched the Central Park 5 close up, living in New York. So that, for me, this without policy is a little bit lacking in something more. It can't just be talking anymore, and it can't just be a monument anymore. There does have to be something happening on the policy level.
You can't get the policy unless it goes through Congress. And the reality is Democrats can't pass anything by themselves. They don't control the House, and they do control the Senate, barely control the Senate. And so anything dealing with policy, especially qualified immunity, has also got to involve Republicans.
I think that the fact that nobody's even talking about
Lauren, hold on 1 second. That was from Mustafa.
No, it has to be anchored in policy. We understand the difficulties that are currently going on, but everything that Lauren said is exactly right. We can't do these perfunctory types of things anymore. You got to put some meat on the bones, if you will, to make sure that we are actually moving toward justice. Because when we don't do that, we continue to set up these situations where folks continue to be prey, because that's exactly what Emmett Till was. He was prey for Ray Bryant. He was prey for J.W. Milliam back there on August 28th, 1955. And it was legal in some aspects, because when it went to the court, they let him go. And then in 2020, when we brought stuff back again, once again, there was no prosecution for his death. So we got to begin to make sure there's real policy that helps to change these dynamics.
All right, folks, hold tight 1 second. Got to go to a break and come back. We're going to talk about this case out of California, excessive abuse case. Another example of what we're dealing with as impacting African Americans, of course, Black Lives Matter here on Black Lives Matter Plaza in D.C. It is still an issue. The country still has not had a true reckoning when it comes to that. We'll be back right here in Roland Unfiltered on the Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
I'm Dr. Greg Carr, and coming up on the next Black Table, thinking about the Black freedom movement in a global way. Dr. John Monroe joins us to discuss his book, The Anti-Colonial Front, which maps the social justice movement in the United States and its impact internationally, from Asia to Africa, and how movements like anti-communism were used to slow down racial equality, like critical race theory today.
Critical race theory today, communism back then, that's essentially mobilized to shut down any challenges to a given system of power.
Connecting the civil rights movement to colonialism on the next Black Table, exclusively here on the Black Star Network.
Next on The Frequency with me, Dee Barnes, actress, writer, and advocate Rae Dawn Chong is here to discuss her childhood and break down her life in Hollywood, a show you don't want to miss.
Well, even at my peak when I was getting a lot of stuff, as soon as I was working a ton, I heard people whispering, oh, we don't want to pay her because we're giving her a break.
Only on The Frequency on the Black Star Network.
On a next, A Balanced Life with me, Dr. Jackie. How are you being of service to others? Doing for someone beside yourself is such a big part of living a balanced life. We'll talk about what that means, the generation that missed that message, and the price that we're all paying as a result.
Well, now all I see is mama getting up in the morning, going to work, maybe dropping me off at school, then coming back home at night. And then I really didn't have any type of time with the person that really was there to nurture me and prepare me and to show me what a life looked like and what service looked like.
That's all on the next A Balanced Life with me, Dr. Jackie, here at Black Star Network.
Me, Sherry Shepard, and you know what you're watching, Roland Martin Unfiltered.
We continue to cover stories dealing with police misconduct, and there's a story out of California that speaks to this. The black California woman seen on body cam footage being punched by a LA County Sheriff's deputy while holding her 3-week-old baby has filed a federal civil rights lawsuit. Yayo Russell was riding in a car when deputies pulled him over on July 14th in Palmdale, California. The deputies made all other passengers exit the vehicle. Deputies then threatened to take her son away because there was no car seat. Russell began to scream while begging the deputies to let her sister come get her baby. They refused. Russell was then punched in the face twice by a deputy, causing the infant to dangle upside down with one deputy pulling on the baby's leg. Russell was arrested, spent more than 4 days in jail, and was separated from her baby. The lawsuit alleges excessive force, wrongful arrest, unconstitutional custom, practice, or policy, and municipal liability for failure to properly train its officers. So folks, pull a volume up here. You're going to see what's happening here. So go to the beginning, and then I want us to play it again so people can hear and see exactly what took place.
Stay in the car. Get back in the car. Come get my son, bro. You got custody, bro. Don't touch your son. No, I care about my baby, but I'm not about to let y'all. Listen, okay, so record me, bro. I care about my baby, and y'all don't. My baby is black and Mexican, bro. I don't have custody of my baby. I have custody of my baby. So what's going on? No, because y'all doing me, bro. I'm sitting here. I swear to God on everything I love, bro. Y'all not taking my baby from the arm. Y'all gonna have to shoot me dead to take my baby from my arm. Y'all gonna have to shoot me dead to put. I'm not about to let you take my baby on my life. I'm not about to. No, bro, move. Come get my baby, bro. They're not about to take my baby, bro. My baby 3 months. My baby 3 weeks. You gonna hurt him, bro. You're gonna hurt the baby. You hurting the baby, bro. I'm not like you're not taking my baby, bro. Move. You hurting my baby, bro. I'm not letting go. You breaking his leg, bro. Hey, get this on recording. Baby. Y'all punch me, bro. Get that on record. That punch me, bro. Hey, he broke my shit, bro. Record that, bro. They wrong. They wrong. They wrong. They wrong.
All right, folks, joining us now from California is our attorney, Jamon Hicks. Jamon, glad to have you here. So what did the cops say the rationale for punching her in the face? That's how you detain somebody?
We've not yet seen the police reports to justify it. In my experience, what they will likely have said is that she was resisting arrest or being somehow violent to the officers. I expect to see that somewhere in the report because they would have drafted the report before have seen this video.
And obviously she was distraught. She was saying she was not going to let go of the baby, but man, going to the extent to haul off and punch her in the face, that was absolutely shocking to see.
Very shocking. And what's even more disturbing is that her sister was at the scene. And so the deputies could have easily just given the child to the sister or another family member if they were that concerned, as opposed to trying to separate the mother from the child. And there's absolutely no justification for punching her in the face.
And we hear her saying, I'll give it to my sister. So if she's there, why not use her?
Absolutely. And she, even before this video, there is another young lady that's sitting down that's holding a baby as well. And she tells the deputies that the police are that the sister is on the way. And she was pleading for them to just let the children go with the sister because there was a car seat in the trunk. The only reason they weren't using the car seat was because there were multiple people in the car, so there was no space. So they could have easily ensured that the child was in the car seat and with the sister.
I'm curious, does the law in California state that you can arrest somebody if a child is not in the car seat?
This would be an infraction at most. If had it not gone to the use of force, what could have very easily happened under the law would be to allow the child to go with a family member and then to cite Miss Russell for failure to have a child seat. But that is not something that you arrest someone over.
Or what you do is you cite her and then say, ma'am, put that car seat in the car.
Absolutely, especially because, again, when you listen to the entire video, they tell them that the car seat is in the trunk. So they could have just said, okay, get the car seat, put it in, and put the child in. And if there was a concern because there were other children not in the car seat, again, there was another responsible party that could have taken the children, and it's a cite out. It's not an arrest.
When did this take place?
This took place July 14th of last year, so 2022.
That's been more than a year. So what has happened in the last year?
Well, unfortunately, the video wasn't released until a week ago. So the family did not and had not even retained an attorney because she was fighting child endangerment charges in the criminal system. And there's an open pending DCFS investigation. So she has been focused on that portion and not any civil lawsuit until we filed our lawsuit yesterday.
Any response from the police chief, the sheriff regarding this case?
Sheriff Luna did come out, hold a press conference when he released the video. He has indicated that the captain of the station has been transferred and the officer, the deputy that was the one that punched, it's our understanding that he's been relieved of duties. But the concern is why it took so long for this video to be released in the first place.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right. We surely appreciate you joining us. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
This is, Joe, one of these cases that unfortunately we continue to see happen. And again, if you're cops, this is how you detain somebody? You punch them in the face?
Yeah, I mean, nothing that went on would rise to the level justifying her being punched in the face. Among other things, that doesn't make them any more secure. It's going to be interesting to see what's happening. And that's what I would have asked Brother Hicks, is whether he foresees at all any change with the new sheriff. This took place under the previous regime, which got voted out of office. It does look like Sheriff Luna took his time getting this video out. So I don't know, how well that bodes. Haven't paid a lot of attention to the sheriff's department, at least day to day. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not this is just going to be more of the same, or, if this is maybe some kind of step, even though they slow-footed it a bit this time, that the sheriff's department is going to get better at transparency, because we'd be a lot further along if this discussion had happened a year ago when it was supposed to.
So often we see these cases, Mustafa, and you have folks who, let the cops off. And it's just, again, the actions to me is what is just absolutely shocking and astounding in terms of, like, that's how you want to get somebody to stop. You punch them in the face.
I mean, it's atrocious. On a DNA level, it kind of hits you because it reminds you of when Black babies were stripped from their mother's arms. And for him not to understand that she has a 3-week-old child and not wanting that child to be separated from her shows the dehumanization of the way that they see Black women. You can't escape it. I mean, you had 5, 6 officers there in that space, and none of them stepping in and saying, you know what, let's make a phone call. Let's have a paramedic come over. Let's have a social worker come into this space. And, and again, all you had to do was give somebody just a basic ticket for not having a car seat or having the baby in the car seat. But you got to go deeper than that, Roland. The National Center for Women and Policing has done a study before, and it showed that 40% of officers have domestic violence going on in their homes. And the general public is around 10 to 13%. So it shows you how, unfortunately, some officers, not saying all, interact in their own family. So imagine if they're out there on the streets, how they're going to interact.
Lauren.
Yeah, I mean, I think what happens in these videos a lot of times is the police, rightly or wrongly, and in this case probably wrongly, Police get annoyed when you don't do what they tell you to do, like right away, particularly if it's a fairly basic command. But it is interesting to note that they were stopped for a headlight infraction. So they were stopped for some nonsense, nonviolent headlight infraction. The headlights were out. And then one of the cops alleges that someone smelled of alcohol. So then everybody has to get out of the car. So maybe they were going to run a field sobriety test. Who knows what they were going to do? But one would think that these all of this money that we see getting allocated in these jurisdictions to de-escalate and to train cops to do this and that, we never seem to see any of that training reflected in any of these videos. This was just a year ago, and just think this is after we see all of what we've already seen when it comes to police brutality in this country. So I guess they're going to get her on failure to obey or resisting. It can't be resisting arrest. Arrested for what? So it's probably going to be a BS failure to obey charge, I guess, that is involved in this. But this is a great example of the police being too involved in American life. And then when they do get involved, they are a negative force when they shouldn't be a negative force. Many of these police cars in many jurisdictions say words on them like, "We're here to help," or something like that. Well, if you're here to help, let's see that. Let's see that in what should have been a relatively minor stop in this particular situation.
Well, what it also does, Joe, it gives us another example. When you look at most of these cases involving African Americans, it's nearly always a basic traffic stop.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
And then it escalates.
Yeah. Busted tail light, something minor. I mean, the fact of the matter is the police can pull you over for just about anything. And it is most of the time something that is super minor where the discretion to stop perhaps a white person normally is not exercised, at least not nearly as much. And so it starts there and escalates into something else where people get hurt seriously. This is serious injury, by the way, where somebody gets killed, where somebody gets shot, and it starts off with next to nothing because those particular small things are used as pretexts in order to search cars, take people out of them, and create problems. And this woman, it was protecting her child. And I don't blame her. Something that most men can't understand, at least not quite the same way. And so, yeah, it always starts with little to nothing because that's what they want to do. Here she was in a little Cadillac, CTS or whatever else. So they figured they'd go ahead and do what it is that they felt like they needed to do. And it starts from there and escalates. And it's another situation that did not have to escalate. If she should have been pulled over at all, you're talking about an infraction at most, right? You give her the infraction and you go along your merry way. And that's that. It didn't have to be all this, but once again, fortunately, I guess we ought to be glad she's alive. We shouldn't be thinking of it that way. There ought to be a federal lawsuit, et cetera. But even this, as bad as it came out, could have come out worse because it wouldn't have been out of character for it to come out worse, given the reputation of police in general, the actual things that have happened, and on some level, the LA Sheriff's Department as well.
Yep. Well, this is unfortunately is par for the course whenever we have to do these stories, and so it just keeps happening over and over and over again. All right, folks, got to go to a break. We'll be back. Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. Don't forget to support us in what we do. Join our Bring the Funk fan club by contributing to our efforts. You can send your check and money order to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. Cash App, $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com. Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. And of course, you can also download our Black Star Network app. Of course, we're Apple phone, Android phone, Apple TV, Android TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Xbox One, Samsung Smart TV, and of course, our 24-hour streaming channel now available on Amazon News. Simply go to Amazon Fire, click Amazon News. You can check us out. If you have Alexa, you can also say, Alexa, play news from Black Star Network. Also, we're available on Plex TV. So if you have Plex TV, simply search for Black Star Network or find us under the live TV option under news and opinion And do not forget, get a copy of my book, White Fear, How the Browning of America is Making White Folks Lose Their Minds. Available bookstores nationwide. You order through Amazon, and of course, download a copy on Audible. We'll be right back.
For decades, the tobacco industry has deliberately targeted Black communities and kids with marketing for menthol cigarettes. It's had a devastating impact on Black health. Tobacco use claims 45,000 Black lives every year. It's the #1 cause of preventable death. In the 1950s, less than 10% of Black smokers used menthol cigarettes. Today, it's 85%. Menthol cools and numbs the throat, making it easier for kids to start smoking. Menthol also increases addiction, making it harder for smokers to quit. Menthol cigarettes are a big reason why Black Americans have a harder time quitting smoking and die at higher rates from smoking-related diseases like cancer, heart disease, and stroke. It's time to stop Big Tobacco from profiting off Black lives. An FDA ban on menthol cigarettes will improve Black health, save lives, and protect future generations from addiction. Learn more at tobaccofreekids.org/ban menthol.
On a next, A Balanced Life with me, Dr. Jackie. How are you being of service to others? Doing for someone beside yourself is such a big part of living a balanced life. We'll talk about what that means, the generation that missed that message, and the price that we're all paying as a result.
Well, now all I see is mama getting up in the morning, going to work, maybe dropping me off at school, then coming back home at night. And then I really didn't have any type of time with the person that really was there to nurture me and prepare me and to show me what a life looked like and what service looked like.
That's all on a next, A Balanced Life with me, Dr. Jackie, here at Black Star Network.
This is Essence Atkins. What's the love king of R&B, Raheem Devon?
It's me, Sherry Shepard, and you know what you're watching.
You're watching Roland Martin, Unfiltered.
Folks, a police informant says he saw a dry run of Malcolm X's 1965 assassination a week prior to it happening. And a new witness at the scene says authorities never interviewed him. Standing next to civil rights attorney Ben Crump and co-counsel Ray Hanlon, Mustafa Hassan, previously known as Richard Melvin Jones, who was standing with Malcolm X, read his affidavit about what he saw the day Malcolm X was murdered in Manhattan's Audubon Ballroom. Watch this.
I, Mustafa Hassan, previously known as Richard Melvin Jones, being duly sworn, hereby depose and say, number one, I have personal knowledge of the facts stated in this affidavit and certify that the following statements are true. Number two, I am executing this affidavit freely and voluntarily. Number three, I'm over 18 years of age. My date of birth is...
Don't give your date of birth.
Okay.
Or your address. Don't give your address.
All right. And number four, I am fully competent to make this affidavit and have personal knowledge of the facts stated in this affidavit. Number five, I was a member of the Organization of Afro-American Unity, acronym OAAU, founded in 1964 by El-Hajj Malik El-Shabazz, also known as Malcolm X. Number six, on or about February 21st, 1965, I was present in the Audubon Ballroom at 3940 Broadway at West 165th Street in Manhattan, New York. I assisted with a security detail when Malcolm X delivered his speech. I was initially assigned to be in one of the aisles of the Audubon. Subsequently, one of the lieutenants higher in the OAAU chain of command structure instructed me to move towards the entrance to the ballroom. Number 8. As Malcolm X began his speech, a disturbance occurred when someone yelled, "Nigga, get your hand out of my pocket." Immediately thereafter, Malcolm X stepped forward and asked everyone to stay calm to de-escalate the situation. Now, all of a sudden, number 9, there was a loud explosion that immediately caused further disruption, capturing everyone's attention. Now, a series of gunshots, number 10, then rang out from another direction, and I immediately ran from my post in the entrance and witnessed Malcolm X being shot. Number 11, I immediately started to make my way from the back of the Autobahn, where I had been posted, and towards the stage where Malcolm X was located. However, the scene became chaotic as people frantically ran around seeking exits to cover and protect themselves. Number 12, I saw a man running down the aisle towards the exit where I had been posted with a gun in his hand. I made the decision to attempt to stop this person because he had a gun in his hand and was heading directly towards me. Number 13, I managed to knock this person down, and I continued towards the stage where Malcolm X was lying on his back, surrounded by his followers. I know now that the identity of the man with the gun is Talmadge X. Hayer, also known as Thomas Hagen. When I arrived at the stage, I saw that Malcolm X was in grave condition, seemingly close to death, and as a result, my extreme distress and anger, I turned attention back to the man who I had seen running away, knowing that he had a part of responsibility for what I had just witnessed. Number 16. I would later see the same man outside as he was being beaten by Malcolm's followers, while a group of policemen who suddenly showed up on the scene asked if he was with us, while at the same time holding back Malcolm's followers from beating him.
Can you repeat that?
Yes. I would later see the same man outside as he was being beaten by Malcolm's followers, while a group of policemen who suddenly showed up on the scene asking, "Is he with us?" while at the same time holding back Malcolm's followers from beating him. From my vantage point, this was an attempt by the police to assist in him getting away. Rather than allow the man to get away, I reached out and grabbed the man by his collar to prevent him from escaping. As evidence in the attached photograph that you'll see me grabbing Talmadge Hayer while a police officer tried to come between us in Exhibit A. Number 17, when he was in police custody, then I went back inside the Autobahn and observed on stage Sister Betty Shabazz, Malcolm X's wife, Sister Yuri Kochiyama, a co-member of the OAAU, and others surrounding Malcolm's prone body. There are photographs of myself and other individuals trying to assist Malcolm in Exhibit B. Number 18, I later observed Malcolm X being removed from the Autobahn as he was placed on a stretcher and then on a gurney to be taken to the hospital. I can be seen escorting Malcolm to the hospital outside of the Autobahn as I help clear the way on the street to get him to the hospital as quickly as possible. Number 20. I later discovered one of the men assisting Malcolm was Eugene Roberts, an undercover agent with the Bureau of Special Services and Investigation in the New York City Police Department, NYPD, and Raymond A. Woods, another undercover agent with BOSSI, B-O-S-S-I, in the New York Police Department, was also present at the assassination. 21. I know Eugene Roberts has stated he believed he witnessed a dry run of Malcolm X's assassination on February 15th in 1965. I can attest that there were previous attempts on Malcolm X's life, and I believe I witnessed one earlier. After police and medical officials removed Malcolm's body from the Audubon, Sister Kochiyama stated that Ray Woods is said to have been seen running out of the Audubon and was one of the 2 people picked up by the police. I agree with Yuri Kochiyama. Number 23, there were no uniformed policemen in or around the Audubon the day Malcolm X was murdered compared to previous speeches and events where Malcolm was present. Number 24, to this day, despite my presence inside and outside of the Audubon on the day of the assassination, law enforcement never attempted to interview or obtain a statement from me regarding what I had seen, heard, and actually did on that day. Number 25, after Malcolm's assassination, I was concerned that the lack of law enforcement's focus on myself could change to interest in myself. I became so disillusioned by what I had seen and experienced that I had made arrangements to and did leave the country for a number of months as I sought a new residence for myself and my family. This was done out of concern for my and my family's safety and where I believe the United States as a society was headed. Number 26, I am aware that NYPD officials claim that Malcolm X exaggerated assassination attempts on his life. They believe Malcolm X complaints and attempts on his life were a publicity stunt. After he contacted NYPD in July of '64, after he was approached in his car by 2 men when he arrived home that evening. I believe that Malcolm X's claims were valid because I personally witnessed one such attempt earlier in 1964. On the penalty of perjury, I hereby declare and affirm that the above-mentioned statement is true and correct to the best of my knowledge.
Lauren, I want to start with you. There was a docu-series on Netflix where a brother here in D.C. Really examined a lot of things involved here and laid out that, without a doubt, they allowed the killer to go away and he remained free and then became a prominent New Jersey activist.
That's right. He busted that open. That was Abdur Rahman Muhammad, who he calls himself a citizen journalist. To me, he's better than most journalists that call themselves full-time journalists. I think he covered a lot of the territory that we heard today, certainly not in this level of detail. I thought Ben Crump and everyone at the press conference really gave a really full level of detail. They had photos, they had video, they had pointed out exactly where Mustafa Hassan was in those old videos. It was pretty spectacular in that sense to have somebody living who could point themselves out in those videos in 1965. The only thing is that I think what this requires is the government to release what they have. And Muhammad, in his documentary, Who Killed Malcolm X, which I think is still on Netflix, he was making that point. He had actually talked to a police officer, a New York City police officer who was still alive in that documentary. And they brought a lot of this up, that, in fact, there was a lot more to the death of Malcolm X than anybody ever knew. The fact that we're sitting here 58 years later without knowing the fullness of what happened is spectacularly crazy. And if it wasn't for Mr. Muhammad and his documentary, we would not know what we know now. But really, a lot of these documents should just be released.
That right there, to me, I think is the most important thing here, Joe. How in the hell are we still don't have access to all of the documents?
Right. I mean, at the end of the day, everybody knows that the government was watching this. They were sitting on it, probably multiple agencies. We all know. I mean, we can go back historically, most of these things of consequence. I mean, we can go back to, well, actually it would be going forward, it'd be a couple years, but even Martin's death. Dr. King's death, there were things going on. I mean, this guy, James Earl Ray gets away. Nobody finds him. Nobody gets him. There's always something else there as it pertains to particularly somebody like Malcolm X, who was followed to Mecca, who was followed around everywhere. And they used the conflict. I believe the government used the conflict between the nation and he to put them in front of whatever the government wanted to have done. And so they watched it, they acquiesced to it, and they may have even helped it somehow. But let's take the guesswork out of it. After all these years, we ought to know what the role of the government was, because there should be transparency, and hopefully that can be a lesson, another lesson learned about what has to happen as it pertains to these particular things. There should be transparency so that we know we can take the guesswork out of what we already believe to be true.
It really is astounding, Mustafa, that the government continues to hold these documents and not wanting to completely come clean, whether it's NYPD or the FBI.
Yeah, and we also understand the time period that we're operating in, back then, I should say, with J. Edgar Hoover. And we've seen both the stories and documents. Some documents have come out about how they were following black leaders, how they saw black leaders as a problem because they were rallying people, they were fighting for policy changes, all these different types of things. So, once something is sort of infused into a system, it is very difficult to extract it from that system. So we have to continue to push. That's why we got to continue to get the right people in positions. And if we truly want to make sure that humanity becomes a reality inside of our country, then we have to continue to do the work. The Holy Quran says that if a person kills someone, it is as if he has killed all of humanity. When Dr. King was killed, humanity was lessened. And of course, when El-Haj Malik El-Shabazz was killed, humanity once again was weakened.
Lauren, you were, from New York, and I mean, let's just be honest. What you have here, folks who are protecting individuals who likely are still alive.
Oh, absolutely. I almost went up to New York to see this press conference in person. And yeah, so what's happening here, and Mustafa just touched on it, it's not only the J. Edgar Hoover era, it's the era that we live in right now. We're having a battle over history, and you can bet that some of these records that everyone is hiding, the FBI and likely the New York City Police Department, are the types of records that black people are going to be really pissed off at. And of course, not just black people. Anybody who's interested in history and the truth is going to be pissed off to find out that the government was involved in the death and the murder of Malcolm X. I mean, that is where this is headed. That's where everybody had suspected that in the first place. And there's a reason why these documents are not available. It makes no sense that they're not available, of course, because again, here we are 58 years later. I'm not sure why they can't be available other than the political implications in this situation.
That is it. And when we look at, again, how this continues to play out, Joe, they don't want to be honest. And what it also speaks to is his entire organization, the Nation of Islam, they were infiltrated by federal undercover agents.
Right, absolutely. And so even to that point, there's, there were people that may have been doing what they were doing. There were some in the Nation of Islam that were against Malcolm, of course. I think we understand that. But there were plenty that had infiltrated as well. And so, there's something to be said for separating all of that out and understanding that as much as possible. I'm certain that we would find out that the involvement is deeper than they thought. Than we all thought. For as much as we all thought, it's probably more than that. It's probably deeper than that. And to the point that was just made, it almost certainly involved people that are still alive. And so therefore, because of that, between the power of media, social media, dissemination of information, et cetera, they're probably scared there'd be a drive to start to arrest some of those folks, just like we were trying to arrest the lady that was involved in the Emmett Till murder. You know what I mean? So therefore, they're probably trying to, lay low as much as they can, particularly while people that have not been brought to justice at all, that could be, are still lying out there. And so, here we go again. We're continuing on, but we understand that this web of deception is continuing. It doesn't mean it's not there. The fact that they're not giving it up, as it were, as yet, does not mean that we don't know that there is something nefarious is going on, and there's a lot to be uncovered. And the beginning of apology, turnaround, etc., is transparency. You have to show us what you have.
Indeed. All right, folks, hold tight 1 second. We come back. We'll talk with the new president, Rainbow Push Coalition. Lots to talk about. You're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered right here on the Black Star Network.
I'm Faraji Muhammad, live from LA. And this is The Culture. The Culture is a two-way conversation. You and me. We talk about the stories, politics, the good, the bad, and the downright ugly. So join our community every day at 3 p.m. Eastern and let your voice be heard. Hey, we're all in this together. So let's talk about it and see what kind of trouble we can get into. It's The Culture, weekdays at 3, only on the Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
An angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys. This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
On a next, A Balanced Life with me, Dr. Jackie. How are you being of service to others? Doing for someone beside yourself is such a big part of living a balanced life. We'll talk about what that means, the generation that missed that message, and the price that we're all paying as a result.
Well, now all I see is mama getting up in the morning, going to work, maybe dropping me off at school, then coming back home at night. And then I really didn't have any type of time with the person that really was there to nurture me and prepare me and to show me what a life looked like and what service looked like.
That's all on a next, A Balanced Life with me, Dr. Jackie, here at Black Star Network.
Next on The Frequency with me, Dee Barnes, actress, writer, and advocate Rae Dawn Chong is here to discuss her childhood and break down her life in Hollywood, a show you don't want to miss.
Well, even at my peak when I was getting a lot of stuff, as soon as I was working a ton, I heard people whispering, oh, we don't want to pay her because we're giving her a break.
Only on The Frequency on the Black Star Network.
For decades, the tobacco industry has deliberately targeted Black communities and kids with marketing for menthol cigarettes. It's had a devastating impact on Black health. Tobacco use claims 45,000 Black lives every year. It's the #1 cause of preventable death. In the 1950s, less than 10% of Black smokers used menthol cigarettes. Today, it's 85%. Menthol cools and numbs the throat, making it easier for kids to start smoking. Menthol also increases addiction, making it harder for smokers to quit. Menthol cigarettes are a big reason why Black Americans have a harder time quitting smoking and die at higher rates from smoking-related diseases like cancer, heart disease, and stroke. It's time to stop Big Tobacco from profiting off Black lives. An FDA ban on menthol cigarettes will improve Black health, save lives, and protect future generations from addiction. Learn more at tobaccofreekids.org/ban menthol.
Next on The Frequency with me, Dee Barnes, actress, writer, and advocate Rae Dawn Chong is here to discuss her childhood and break down her life in Hollywood, a show you don't want to miss.
Well, even at my peak when I was getting a lot of stuff, as soon as I was working a ton, I heard people whispering, oh, we don't want to pay her because we're giving her a break.
Only on The Frequency on the Black Star Network.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Checks and money orders go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
My early days on the road, I learned, well, first of all, as a musician, I studied not only piano, but I was also drummer and percussion. I was all city percussion as well. So I was one of the best in the city on percussion.
There you go.
Also studied trumpet, cello, violin, and bass, and any other instrument I could get my hand on. And with that study, I learned again what was for me. I learned what it meant to do what the instruments in the orchestra meant to each other in the relationships.
Right.
So that prepared me to be a leader. That prepared me to lead orchestras and to conduct orchestras. That prepared me to know, to be a leader of men, they have to respect you and know that you know the music. You have to be the teacher of the music. You have to know the music better than anybody.
There you go.
Right, so you can't walk in unprepared.
It's John Murray, the executive producer of the new Sherry Shepherd Talk Show.
This is your boy, Earthquake.
And you're tuned in to
Roland Martin, Unfiltered.
Jayla Veal has been missing from Killeen, Texas since June 29th. The 13-year-old is 5 feet tall, weighs 98 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. Anyone with information about Jayla Veal is urged to call the Killeen, Texas Police Department at 254-501-8830, 254-501-8830. New York federal judge rejects a request to change her ruling allowing NFL coach Brian Flores' racial discrimination lawsuit to proceed to trial. The decision allowed Flores to sue the NFL and 3 of its teams, the Denver Broncos, New York Giants, and the Houston Texans, over allegations of discrimination against him and other black coaches. Flores, currently serving as a defensive coordinator for the Minnesota Vikings, filed the lawsuit in February of 2022, claiming the league's hiring and promotion practices were plagued with racism. Judge Valerie Caproni said the coach's experiences raised profound concerns about the league's history of systematic discrimination against black players, coaches, and managers. A trial date has not been scheduled. I'll say this here. I doubt very seriously, Joe, they want this thing to go to trial because discovery could reveal a whole lot.
Yeah, discovery could be damning. And then the other part is, in a league that's 70% black players, and I believe 30 franchises. And around the time Brian Flores filed this, there was one black coach. If there is a precedent that goes all the way to trial, it's going to turn the NFL's coaching ranks upside down. And I'm not sure they want that either. So they're better off settling the case and not having something hard and fast that actually changes the law permanently, so that perhaps on its face, by virtue of there having just one black coach under these circumstances, it's not going to pass the smell test. And if there is a precedent that Brian Flores wins, it has the potential to turn things on its ear.
You know, but the thing here, Mustafa, that is important. They need to be on the record. Remember, they settled the Colin Kaepernick lawsuit. We just saw Dan Snyder, where after the team was sold, they admitted how he withheld millions from other NFL teams, how he sexually harassed an employee, and he was heavily involved in all sort of other shenanigans. And so these owners have always protected each other when it comes to their dirt. I would really hope this thing goes to trial.
Yeah, I'm the exact same way. You know, it's easy for these billionaires to write checks to, make sure that things disappear. But we really need to, once again, put the light of day on these issues and make sure that people understand the dynamics that have been going on behind the scenes. We saw, before how they used to say, well, you can't be a quarterback because you don't have the intelligence because you're African American. And then, of course, we, made sure that we broke that glass ceiling. Now we just got to make sure that these things that are happening in relationship to coaches and even ownership begins to change.
It's just greatly frustrating, Joe, to continue to see these things happen over and over and over again, and this league not be held accountable, and they just simply keep raking in the billions of dollars.
Yeah, and it continues to perpetuate. And so the question becomes, do we ever get to the point, back before social media and back before desegregation, and, in the 50s and the 60s, you had a unifying thing. I might not like this brother next to me, but none of us can ride the bus. There you go, unifying thing. And so therefore, here's what we will do. There will be an economic effect, and we will shut this thing down. So a lot of people will change policy because they're choked economically. A lot of people will change policy because they're moved by the heart. But one way or the other, policy changes. The question becomes, can something like this really change with the players themselves rising up, taking a stand, doing something that undercuts the finances of the league in a very fundamental way? Because it's probably going to take something like that to have a permanent, lasting, sustainable change.
Indeed. Do we have Lauren back? Lauren, your assessment on this Brian Flores lawsuit, the judge saying, no, we're moving forward.
Yeah, I'm glad the judges say that's basically it. Once you get past the motion to dismiss, you just won the case, and they're going to be settling probably, because I really doubt that the NFL is going to want all the details of what they do on Front Street. I doubt that. So he just won the case effectively. That's great that that this case is going forward. It would be great to see the details, though, on discovery. And boy, would it be great to see some depositions on this case to see the inner workings of the NFL. But effectively, I think he just won, and I'd be surprised if the NFL did not just hand him a lot of money to avoid the details of what they do being public.
Well, I hope he does what Colin Kaepernick chose not to do, and that is not settle.
Right. He may choose to do that, and that would be quite exciting because then you get into a bunch of paper discovery, and of course a bunch of discovery on the record, and in fact probably a trial. So that would be a big reveal on the details of how the NFL works. We already know how the NFL works. We don't really need to see the detail, but it'd be very exciting to see the details. And this is really a great example of what happens when you bring a case and there's some merit to what you're bringing, which I think we all knew there was. But it'll be surprising to me if the NFL doesn't try to avoid a trial.
Well, I absolutely believe putting them on Front Street is really important. All right, folks. A Wisconsin man will spend time in prison for making racially charged threats toward black people. 45-year-old William McDonald was sentenced to 30 months in prison for intimidating black residents, demanding they leave his neighborhood. McDonald pleaded guilty to vandalizing a black woman's vehicle parked outside her apartment by slashing her tires and smashing her windshield in March of 2021. McDonald also left a note on her car filled with racial slurs and threats. He also did the same thing to another African-American in April 2022. McDonald's sentence will be followed by 3 years of supervised release. That's how you do it. You send these racists to prison, Mustafa.
Without a doubt. That's the only thing that's really going to get their attention, is putting them in jail and then sometimes hitting them in the pocket as well. Those are the two things that get their attention, because we know that white supremacy is up. The statistics show us that. And we also know that white nationalism and hate crimes are also up. So the only way you're going to get their attention and hopefully change some minds, ain't going to change everybody's, put their ass in jail.
That's it, folks. In a powerful and long overdue ceremony, Gallaudet University in Washington, D.C. finally awarded high school diplomas to 24 black deaf students who were denied in the early 1950s. Saturday's graduation ceremony was hosted by the university's Center for Black Deaf Studies in honor of black teachers and students. Black students were transferred to separate schools due to protests against integration by white parents. However, in 1952, Louise B. Miller and other parents successfully sued the District of Columbia Board of Education, leading to a court ruling that allowed black deaf students to attend a segregated Kendall school. The school's Board of Trustees expressed deep regret for perpetuating these injustices and apologized to all 24 students for denying them their diplomas. In addition to the graduation ceremony, Gallaudet dedicated a memorial to Miller and designated July 22nd as Kendall 24 Day to commemorate this critical moment in their history. How about, I don't know, Lauren, creating scholarships for their descendants?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's what Georgetown did, I believe, right? I mean, I think that would have been great to bring money into the picture. And I'm not sure, again, 1952, and we're just getting around to doing this. It's great that they've done it, but it is amazing how long it takes for justice to happen for African Americans in this country, whether it's the murder of Malcolm X or something as simple as a graduation ceremony. I'm not sure why it takes so long for these things to happen, particularly in Washington, D.C., where we have the Library of Congress sitting there and all these historians and all of these people with the knowledge that they have about what has happened in this country. But it is great to see these images. It's great that Gallaudet finally did this. But yes, you're right, Roland. It would have been nice to meet this with some money, a scholarship, a set of scholarships, et cetera, and so on.
All right, folks. LeBron James' son, Bronny, suffered a cardiac arrest while playing basketball Monday. The USC student was a high school All-American, collapsed on the court during practice. He was rushed to the hospital and treated for his condition. The 18-year-old athlete is one of the basketball's most celebrated young prospects and ranks in the #1 among the nation's top 10 highest NIL valuations. The cardiac arrest circumstances remain unclear, and the family spokesperson has requested privacy. Quote, yesterday while practicing, Bronny James suffered a cardiac arrest. Medical staff was able to treat Bronny and take him to the hospital. He is now in stable condition and no longer in ICU. We ask for respect and privacy for the James family, and we will update the media when there is more information. LeBron and Savannah wish to publicly send their deepest thanks and appreciation to the USC medical and athletic staff for their incredible work and dedication to the safety of their athletes. The thing, of course, you always have these stuck on stupid people, Mustafa. People like Elon Musk already trying to come out and say, oh, it could be because he got the vaccine and all sorts of stuff like that. Man, I wish these yahoos would shut the hell up.
Yeah, if they want to say something, they should be sending prayers. If Elon wants to do something, why don't he dedicate some resources to medical research or to, the underserved areas in our country where black and brown folks are, where they can't get proper medical, treatment and those types of things. So if you want to do something productive.
Well, how about this, Elon? Pay the black workers in Africa who you fired. How about that? All right, y'all, hold tight 1 second. When we come back, we'll chat with the new president of the Rainbow Push Coalition, Reverend Frederick D. Haynes III, next on Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in Black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland@RolandSMartin.com.
On the next Get Wealthy with me, Deborah Owens, America's Wealth Coach, financial literacy. Without it, wealth is just a pipe dream. And yet, half of our schools in this country don't even teach it to our kids. You're going to hear from a woman who's determined to change all that, not only here, but around the world.
World of Money is the leading provider of immersive financial education for children ages 7 to 18. We provide 120 online and classroom hours of financial education.
That's right here on Get Wealthy on Black Star Network.
Hi, my name is Freddie Ricks. I'm from Houston, Texas.
My name is Sharon Williams. I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Right now, I'm rolling with Roland Martin, unfiltered, uncut, unplugged, and undamn believable. You hear me?
Well, it's been quite the busy time for the new president of Rainbow Push Coalition since taking over about more than a week ago. And he joins us right now, Reverend Frederick D. Haynes III. Thank you so very much. First and foremost, I take it you've been just a little bit busy with all the folks reaching out to you now assuming this new responsibility.
Thank you so much for having me, Roland, and thank you again for continuing to be our voice as well as to offer a vision of the path forward. As always, you were on the case right there, on the scene, I should say, when Reverend Jackson made the announcement, and so I thank you for that. Yes, this has been a whirlwind of a few weeks, well, not even a few weeks, 10 days, and it's understandable given the magnitude of Jesse Jackson. Jesse Jackson is one of the heroes of our history, who literally can be credited with making a significant, liberating, empowering impact on the world, but especially on behalf of those who have had no voice. You don't register 7 million new voters in 84 and 88 and not make a significant impact. You don't change the rules for the way the Democratic Party was nominating or giving out delegates that eventuates in the 2008 election of Barack Obama without your making this kind of announcement, having reverberations that spread throughout the world. And so given the magnitude of Jesse Jackson, my phone has blown up in a way that reflects his greatness, his stature, but also it reflects the fact that in his greatness, he has seen that there is a need for transition, that we have to institutionalize what we do so that generations, plural, benefit from a vision and not just one personality. And so I salute Reverend Jackson. Again, the phone has been blowing up, but it has a lot to do with who he is. And of course, I do maintain that Reverend Jackson did not select me because I hadn't been doing anything. He selected me because there is work that has been done, work that needs to be done. And so I think my phone blowing up has a lot to do with that. Plus, I know Roland Martin, plus the Alphas are meeting in Dallas beginning tomorrow.
Absolutely, and I will be there. We'll also be broadcasting from there tomorrow, and I am set to announce a major announcement with Alpha Phi Alpha folks, so y'all want to tune into that. We'll be covering that live right here on the show. When we talk about priorities, what do you see as the top 2 priorities you have moving forward?
Well, sadly, the priorities that Jackson was articulating and working toward in 73 still are apropos in 2023. Number one, economic justice. As you well know, Operation Breadbasket birthed out of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference and the vision of Dr. King to push for economic justice, especially for people who had fought so hard for civil rights but did not have civil rights. There's that classic scene in the movie Selma where King is greeted by Ralph Abernathy trying to lift his spirits by saying, keep your eyes on the prize. He said, what prize, Ralph? What is a prize if we can integrate a lunch counter, but we don't have the money to buy a hamburger and we don't have the education to read the menu? And so I think those are priorities that speak to where we are in 2023. And that is, we do need economic justice. Economic justice, when you think about the fact, 2053, Roland, our net wealth as a people will be at zero, it's forecasted. Not only that, but when you think about the fact that right now, the wealth gap between blacks and whites is at 10-1. And so we have a responsibility to carry on that legacy. As Jesse said back in the day, we don't need charity. We want parity that comes through equality of opportunity. We need equity. That is what we need. So the fight for economic justice is going to continue as we fight those economic predators that prey on our community. But at the same time, we recognize, for example, in a state like Texas, where we are based, that procurement opportunities for Black businesses is at less than 1%. We don't need charity. We want parity. We want equality of opportunity. We want equity. So that's priority number one, economic justice. Priority number two, Jesse Jackson again hit it real well when he was talking about educational justice. And so on the one hand, he's saying to students in economically deprived schools, I am somebody. You go ahead and do your best so that you can have the kinds of grades that reflect the greatness that is in you. But at the same time, we're challenging those educational institutions that make policy. And so we see in Florida, we see in Texas, an all-out war on the education of our students. And so those have to be the priorities. But Roland, I've got to add one more because it reflects where we are now. And that is, we've got to have an agenda for environmental justice, because the bottom line is the planet is experiencing a slow burn. That means our communities are on fire because of the war on the environment, and the war on the environment has our communities on the front lines of catching ecological hail. And the ecological hail we are catching, again, we must wage war against it. And so that reflects not only what Rainbow Push has done, but what we need to continue to do.
And I'm sure that is music to the ears of Mustafa Santiago Ali, who's on our panel, former official with the Environmental Protection Agency. Mustafa?
Yeah, well, Rev, congratulations. And I appreciate you talking about the economics and the environment. So folks are going to expect me to talk about the environment, but I'm going to go to the economics. I'm curious. As we see corporations not living up to their sets of commitments after our dear brother George Floyd was murdered, as we see hundreds of billions of dollars from this administration being put out the door, how do we make sure that our communities actually get their fair share?
Well, I think, again, we take a page from what was done back in the day, and that is, we know we have economic strength in terms of our consumer spending. We have to continue to teach our dollar sense and expose what Reverend Jackson and Rainbow Push did, or I should say Operation Push did back in the day, and Breadbasket was literally give a report card of what institutions were doing and then put them on blast to basically say this institution is not engaging in giving us our fair share. And when we put them on blast, and guess what? They did that back in the day, Mustafa, without social media. without a cell phone. We have access now. They didn't have Roland Martin and Unfiltered. And so one of the things that we have already discussed doing, and that is giving a report card to all of these entities that benefit from Black dollars and yet don't treat us like they have good sense. And again, that goes even to our government. As I've already pointed out, in Texas, and Texas is not alone, our businesses make less than 1%, receive less than 1% of procurement opportunities, and that needs to be put on blast. That needs to be something that we rally against. And again, we have a friend in the White House, supposedly, who says, I'm going to have your back. One way of having our back is what's happening with our resources in our hands. And so we're going to put that on blast because, again, that's the rootage that we come from, and we can still reap fruitage if we use those old and tried and proven methods.
I think you're right. I mean, the NAACP used to do that under President Kwame Nkrumah. I've said to Derek Johnson, I've said to Mark Morial, the National Urban League, that needs to return. We need to have that report card on the hotel industry, on media companies, on all of these companies. We're spending a lot of our money. My deal is that if we have that report card and we know who gets A's, B's, C, D's, and F's, it's important because, frankly, what I'm tired of these corporations coming to civil rights groups and giving a pittance, $10,000, $50,000, $100,000. And hell, even, look, Wells Fargo did a $50 million donation to the NAACP. But how much money, how much Black wealth was lost during the home foreclosure crisis via the practices of Wells Fargo? I guarantee you it was more than $50 million.
Without question, more than $50 million. And how many Black folks lost their homes and they have not been repaired? And so, again, those institutions, we need to issue a report card, a grade on all of them, and then not settle for, and I thank you for that, Roland, settle for them giving us a band or buying a banquet table and thinking that that is going to satisfy economic parity. Again, I'm going to exegete in this administration what it means to have parity and not settle for charity. And as far as I'm concerned, if you take out an ad in my book, if you buy a table at my banquet, that's charity. That's not parity. We deserve parity because our dollars help to keep these businesses afloat, and in instances like Wells Fargo that economically pimp our communities, they still make money at the expense of Black pain, and that has to be exposed, and it must come to an end.
Lauren?
Reverend Haynes, great seeing you. Great seeing you in there.
Thank you, Lauren. Good to see you.
Great seeing you. I know it's early. You probably haven't thought that much about this, but I wondered if Rainbow Push was thinking about being a part of the civil rights meetings at the White House. It might just be a geographical thing that's always like the NAACP and NUL and the ones that are in like the DC area.
No, that's not what it is. No, that's not what it is. No, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. And what it is all those other organizations are using the phrase called legacy civil rights organization. Okay. And so the phrase, I want you to understand the phrases, just like in Black-owned media, legacy Black-owned media, which means a Black enterprise, Essence, Ebony, Urban One, but they also want to leave out Black papers. I'm like, hell, you want to talk about legacy? They all came before any of those folks came. And so what you've had is the legacy civil rights folks have purposely, let me be perfectly clear, y'all, they have purposely left out Rainbow Push. They do not want repairs of the breach in the Poor People's Campaign in the same meeting. They do not want Color of Change there. They do not want Black Voters Matter there. They don't want Until Freedom there. And so that's why, and I'm saying it right now, enough of this legacy BS, okay? If the White House is gonna have meetings with civil rights organizations, it needs to be the old ones and the new ones, because that's how stuff gets changed. That's why they've had the distinction, Lauren. Go ahead with your question.
Okay, so Reverend Haynes,
Roland,
maybe
can I
this
just say the doors of the church are open now?
Maybe this night will kick off that effort, Reverend Haynes, to get you into the White House meetings, because I just think that it is interesting to me that an organization as old as Rainbow Push would not be considered legacy. But okay, I think that it would be, I mean, I know that that's probably something you haven't thought about. I mean, you just got into the position, but I will ask at the White House about that. Roland just educated me on the details of that. But, you know, I wanted to know what you thought about that. I'm sure you would love to be at the White House. So I'm sure your answer is, I'd love to be at the White House. But how hard would you push for that if that opportunity presented itself to be in some of these meetings?
Oh, without question. Rainbow Push not only has a constituency, we have a vision. And let's be real. I don't know, and please correct me if I'm wrong, if anybody has ever registered as many voters as Rainbow Push under the leadership of Reverend Jesse Jackson. And so if they're serious about that kind of track record continuing, then they must go ahead and correct what has been an oversight, and that's being quite generous. But without question, we want to be there because we do have voters that we are going to register in that tradition. We do have the coattails of Reverend Jackson that literally, even though he did not win the nomination, we can't count the number of Black elected officials who were swept into office because of what he did. And so we got the legacy, and now we have the energy. We have the wisdom, and we have the connects with the community, and so we deserve a seat there at the table. And we also have the Shirley Chisholm spirit that says if we don't get our own seat at the table, we do have chairs we can bring.
Absolutely, Joe.
Reverend, congratulations on your position. Clearly, this is an obvious and a good, evolution of your leadership, long-standing. So you talked about this a bit previously. I'm not going to change my question and maybe get a little bit more. Talk about energy and urgency. The way that I see it, the urgency hopefully would create the energy towards working towards a goal. How do we take this incredible legacy? Most Black politicians of consequence, particularly on the national level, have Jesse Jackson to thank. Local politicians, et cetera, people all over the place. There's no question about that. How do we take advantage of that legacy, but at the same time, without being sheepish, use the opportunity that transition creates to give us both the energy and the urgency that allows Rainbow Push to get a new look, not only of its historical significance, but of what needs to happen right now?
And thank you for that question. I must say with gratitude that the energy that has been coming our way since the announcement a week ago Sunday has been gratifying. It's been strong. And in our meetings at Rainbow Push, we have discussed harnessing this energy, and especially, as you've noted, in light of the state of emergency that we find ourselves in as a nation, as a community, which should really fuel our sense of urgency in addressing the issues that are happening and hitting our communities right now. It's crystal clear the Supreme Court is waging war on justice. And not only are they waging war on justice, but the Supreme Court, while waging war on justice, a part of justice has to do with accountability. They won't even hold accountable members of the court who are engaged in unethical practices. Of course, I'm in Dallas, and Clarence Thomas has a sugar daddy who is pimping him. And so what that is doing to democracy ought stir up a sense of urgency. And let me just put it to you like this. If it does not energize us that a Trump-appointed judge in Tulsa, Oklahoma, refused throughout the case of the survivors of the most vicious, deadliest race massacre on U.S. soil in the history of this country, if that does not remind us that elections matter, because if Clinton had appointed that judge, I don't think the outcome would have been the same. But again, that denial of reparations is not just about those beloved 3 survivors of the Tulsa Race Massacre. It's really about what this nation thinks about a people who built it for free. And not only did we build it for free, but now they are trying to even revise, engage in revisionist history, what Jacob Carruthers called historicide, killing memory, killing the truth in order to further their neo-fascist agenda. We are in a state of emergency, and now it's my determination that we harness the energy during this season of transition, focus on the issues, and make sure we get a message out while offering an alternative vision of what democracy ought to look like.
2 more questions. One, I want to go back to the money because that is critically important. And what I keep saying to people is you have folks who are fighting reparations. Got it, understand it. But there are billions of dollars being spent right now, billions upon billions of dollars. City, school boards, counties, the state, the federal government. The federal government, $560 billion is annually spent in federal contracts. African Americans are receiving 1.67% of those contracts. Nearly $1 billion being spent on advertising, $600 million by the Department of Defense alone. Black-owned media is getting 1% of that $1 billion. Then we talk about the spending in corporate America. Billions and billions upon billions of dollars, small amounts of money. You've got these black board members who are on these boards because of the work of Rainbow Push and Reverend Jackson, and many of them are sitting their asses there quiet, saying nothing, not advocating for anybody black, but they're getting paid and getting their stock options. And so I would also hope that black board members will be challenged to say you were put there not to enrich yourself, but to ensure that black people as a collective are getting paid.
Right, and tell the whole truth, Roland Martin. Reverend Jackson opened those doors along with others who advocated. The doors swung open, and now we have too many of us who get there, and as easy a target as Clarence Thomas is, you are betraying your community if you get to that seat, and that seat does not reflect a transformation because of the work that you should be doing. And so without question, I agree with you 100% on the fact that you have, again, I pointed out, here in Dallas, I'll go to Dallas now. When it comes to procurement opportunities, they're giving out contracts at the city level, at the county level. I just saw a report at the county level, the DFW Airport, the Dallas Community College District, and other entities of the county. When it comes to the money they take in, it's in, of course, the billions of dollars. I think the report said $25 to $30 billion. And yet when it comes to contracts and opportunities, we are making at 1% of that, even though we are 1/3 of the population in the county. And so we're going to expose that, not only expose that, but do all we can to turn up the heat so that they can see the light. You're so right, Roland. There is money out there that is jumping over our communities and continuing to go into the same greedy hands, and that pipeline has to come to a stop. And it has to be diverted to the communities of those who have done so much for this country, again, without receiving the kind of reciprocity that we deserve.
You mentioned voter turnout, registered people to vote. In Texas in 2022, 75% of all voters 30 and under did not vote in the election. If 25% of them had voted, Greg Abbott ain't governor, and Dan Patrick, he's not lieutenant governor. Today you have fewer African Americans who self-identify as Democrat, although they lean Democrat and vote that way. And so what do you hope to achieve in terms of really reaching young voters, walking folks through about public policy, explaining how the dots are connected, but also getting them to understand they cannot sit out of any of these elections if we want to change public policy.
Thank you. And thank you for using the language, walking them through. There's a generation that has come of age without access in their educational process to civics or government classes, and it's reflected in a lot of what they say. I was teaching at Paul Quinn College several years ago, and a young man said to me, I don't vote because the Electoral College ignores my vote, and they're going to put in who they want to put in. We had a conversation, and over the course of that semester, I discovered, again, his lack of access to civics and government in his high school matriculation. And so that's why it just hit me that we can no longer say folk died for the right to vote, and a generation says, I'm going to vote now because folk died for that. No, we have to slow walk them through what public policy does, how public policy has personal consequences. And here's the piece I shared in our board meeting recently, Roland, and that is we have to have voter registration with an educational agenda. And by that, I mean we are educating. Again, you use the language slow walking. We're educating them while we are registering them to vote as to what it looks like to have an empowered vote. An empowered vote is an empowered vote with an agenda. We have an agenda that we need to articulate and connect the dots between the agenda we envision, the needs the community has, and the power of the ballot. That is what we're going to do as we slow walk them through the voter registration and voter education process, voting with an agenda.
Well, all these issues you're laying out, we obviously focus on those here as well, and we're going to keep doing so because we've got to be educated and keep our eyes on the prize in terms of where we're trying to go, what we're trying to do. Reverend Haynes, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot, Frat.
Appreciate you, Frat. See you at the convention tomorrow.
Indeed, I'll be in Dallas tomorrow for the Alpha Convention. Thanks a bunch. And to all the folks who are watching, again, I'll be broadcasting live from the Alpha Convention tomorrow in the first hour. And the second hour, we'll pick up live coverage of the public program. I'll be participating in a major announcement that Alpha is going to be making. It's one that will attract national attention. You don't want to miss that. All right, got to go to a break. We'll be right back. Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network.
My early days on the road, I've learned, well, first of all, as a musician, I studied not only piano, but I was also drummer and percussion. I was all city percussion as well. So I was one of the best in the city on percussion.
There you go.
Also studied trumpet, cello, violin, and bass, and any other instrument I could get my hand on. And with that study, I learned, again, what was for me. I learned what it meant to do what the instruments in the orchestra meant to each other in the relationships.
Right.
So that prepared me to be a leader. That prepared me to lead orchestras and to conduct orchestras. That prepared me to know to be a leader of men, they have to respect you and know that you know the music. You have to be the teacher of the music. You have to know the music better than anybody.
There you go.
Right, so you can't walk in unprepared.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen shooting.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Carl Payne pretending to be Roland Martin. Holla!
You ain't got to wear black and gold every damn place, okay? Ooh, I'm an alpha, yay. All right, you're 58 years old. It's over.
And you are now watching
Roland Martin Unfiltered.
Uncut, unplugged, and undamn believable.
President Joe Biden has appointed Shawanza Goff as the new Director of Legislative Affairs, making her the first black woman to hold that position. A veteran congressional aide, Goff previously worked under Louisa Terrell before joining the Biden administration. She worked as the floor director for Congressman Steny Hoyer, Maryland Democrat who has served in House Democratic leadership for decades. At the White House, Goff played a significant role in securing the confirmation of Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson and worked on important legislation related to infrastructure, guns, and semiconductors. You know, Lauren, a lot of people sit here and talk about, well, you know, you don't have this and you don't have that. Biden hasn't done this, hasn't done that. But let's just be clear. You got more black folks who are in senior positions in the Biden administration than you had under Obama.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to me, the Ketanji Brown Jackson nomination is massive, massive Joe Biden activity. Obviously, Shawanza getting this is fantastic. OMB director, fantastic. Joe Biden has done a lot of things that I think only maybe Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton had like 4 black folks in his cabinet, I believe. I have to go double check that. But yeah, Joe Biden is putting black people in charge of stuff, and it's big stuff. And so that really matters. There's always more that can be done. There's no doubt about it. But these are not symbolic positions when you're legislative, when you're leg affairs. You're basically communicating with members of Congress all day. She's the perfect person for it. She worked on Capitol Hill for years on the floor for Steny Hoyer. And it's great to see. It's a great pick.
Mustafa.
Yeah, just like Lauren said, it is really a great pick. When I worked on Capitol Hill, you know, I had a chance to meet Shawanza, and then after that, and she's got, you know, she has the resume, but she also has the personality that's going to be necessary. And then just speaking about President Biden, I mean, if you look throughout numerous both agencies and departments, there are black folks who are in very critical positions. So this is another piece to the puzzle that will be important, especially for this last year as they try and get some other things done.
Joe?
Agreed. I mean, she certainly seems to be the right pick. Biden probably doesn't get as much credit as he deserves for the quality of the appointments that he makes. And even if you go over to judges, there are a lot of folks that have been appointed, probably did better job than Obama did in terms of getting people that weren't necessarily big law or along that majority acknowledged pedigree line. Joe Biden has done an excellent job of that. That also means that he listens to his staff, the people that surround him, including his vice president. So I'm looking forward to her success. She's got her work cut out for her, particularly getting closer to an election. Of course, you know, the other side's not going to want to do a whole lot, but hopefully Biden would be reelected. This would continue, and there could be some other things that could be accomplished.
Indeed, indeed. All right, folks, we appreciate it. Thank you so very much, Joe, Mustafa, Lauren. Thanks for joining us today on the panel.
Thank you.
All right, folks, going to a break. We come back. We're going to show you the full induction ceremony of the Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame. We were there on Saturday. We had picked up the live stream from them. There were starts and stops. It probably had to restart at 5 different times. And so we want to be able to show you the full, some fantastic stories. Like, for instance, I never even knew the woman who wrote the lyrics to We Shall Overcome. She's from Cincinnati. Her family told amazing stories. Y'all do not want to miss any of this. Again, just unbelievable stories that were being told. And so we'll have that next right here on Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us.
We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it.
This is about covering us.
Invest in black-owned media.
Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff.
So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Checks and money orders go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
I'm Dr. Greg Carr, and coming up on the next Black Table, thinking about the Black freedom movement in a global way. Dr. John Monroe joins us to discuss his book, The Anti-Colonial Front, which maps the social justice movement in the United States and its impact internationally, from Asia to Africa, and how movements like anti-communism were used to slow down racial equality, like critical race theory today.
Critical race theory today, communism back then, that's essentially mobilized to shut down any challenges to a given system of power.
Connecting the civil rights movement to colonialism on the next Black Table, exclusively here on the Black Star Network.
Jesus up in here. God is good. Amen. Before we go any further, I want to acknowledge all of our dignitaries, all of our officials, because as amazing as President Commissioner Reese is, she could not do it without the support of this city and this county. If you are an official, please stand up and be recognized. Come on, we can't recognize you by name. Come on, give them a big hand. Come on, give them a big hand. We love you. We want you to continue to support the visionary and the founder of the Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame. I want to thank all of our friends. Thank you, Jeff Ruby, for coming up. You're such an amazing friend. And I want you to give it up for this amazing band. Come on, show them some love. We have the honor of our third consecutive year setting the tone for the Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame. Can you give this band some more love? And give me some love, too. Go to pnevents.com. Stay tuned. They're moving on to bigger and better things for this afternoon. We'll be back for the finale show, for a finale song, so we can get you ready for the Ohio Players.
Si Ponce no tiene, no sé por qué. Aguatile, 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 agua de mi Loíza.
si no estás conmigo. Despacito, quiero respirarte a besos despacito. Firma las paredes de tu laberinto y hacer de tu cuerpo todo un manuscrito. Quiero ver bailar tu pelo, quiero ser tu ritmo. Que enseñes a mi boca tus lugares favoritos. Déjame sobrepasar tus zonas de peligro. Hasta provocar dos gritos. Que olvides tu apellido. Pasito a pasito, suave suavecito, nos vamos pegando poquito a poquito. Cuando tú me besas con esa destreza, toque de malicia con delicadeza. Pasito a pasito, suave suavecito, nos vamos pegando poquito a poquito. Y es que esa belleza es un rompecabezas, pero para montarlo aquí tengo la pieza.
Ay no, no, don Pacheco, guardia Zulán. No, 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 don Pacheco, guardia Zulán. No, 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 don Pacheco, guardia Zulán. No, 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 don Pacheco, guardia Zulán. Fuerte. No, 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 don Pacheco, guardia Zulán. No, 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 don Pacheco, guardia
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the historic grand opening of the Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame. We ask that you please take your seats. The program is about to begin.
The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the path of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadows of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table in the presence of my enemies. Thou anointed my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Amen.
What inspired me to create and develop the Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame was that I came from a long legacy of music in my life. My parents, my mother, before she met my father, she was a singer and sang in the choir, came up in the West End, was a singer there. And my father, he had worked for Motown. He was the advanced person in Cincinnati for Motown, and he started a organization called Operation Step Up, and it was the first talent show in Cincinnati at that time. And so she tried out for the talent show. He had Red Fox there. Her band did not show up. And he was not gonna let her go on, but Red Fox said, let her go on. And so my mother went on and she blew the house down, is what I was told, and her nickname was Baby Aretha. She loved Aretha Franklin, and everybody thought that she had a similar sound.
Alicia was right there. She saw all that. So she got to see people, be around entertainers, meet people. And I had no idea that music was gonna kind of be there with her and stick with her until she got to Grambling State University. And when she got to Grambling State University, she got involved in a lot of promotion and she became Miss Grambling State. People don't realize that she traveled all over the country for the college and with Eddie Robinson. And they had one of the greatest bands, college bands you could think of. And Alicia was involved in promoting and putting things on. And then she came back and got involved with radio with Lincoln Ware and then got involved in politics. This is his story. Never in the history of Hamilton County government have we built anything of this magnitude on a permanent basis in this county.
You would not believe it. I mean, I think all of us, to a certain degree, know what it means to be vested in a vision, committed to a cause, a hard worker, if you will. But this woman, when I said this woman, I'm talking about that woman who went down on crutches at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, waiting on the arrival or a delivery of concrete or of bricks, and just to make sure they're the right color or to make sure that deadlines are being met.
What has happened? They're pouring today. I wanted to be here for the first pour on the top layer. They said, we're gonna start at 4 o'clock. And I was down here around 4 o'clock to see it happen. So good morning. And as Ice Cube would say, today was a good day.
I am committed, I am vested, and I think I'm a hard worker. 3 o'clock in the morning and a hard hat waiting for the arrival of rocks. Never would you find that in my job description.
When Miss Reese, started talking about this and not actually just talking and it started happening, it's like, oh, okay. Well, this is something I definitely want to dedicate my time to because, it's bigger than all of us. It's bigger than all of us. And for somebody to put some time into it like that, you got to be real. And, it was right on time, right on time. That's a big sacrifice to step out by yourself and try to bring people together.
Alicia is the biggest star Cincinnati's ever seen. I've never met anybody with her amount of dedication and determination, tenacity, intelligence, and just good old soul, right? I met her a year ago, and today I can say she is my sister. And if I am a star picker, I'm picking her.
Well, there's always a challenge when you're doing something that's never been done. One of the things I think that helped me is that my father made me read the autobiography of Walt Disney when I was a teenager. And so I was always fascinated how he was able to take what everybody else saw was a swamp and say, we're gonna have Disney World. And I had nothing but rocks. This was nothing but an empty lot filled with rocks and an eyesore. And I didn't see it as that. I saw it as this can be the Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame. Everyone, and I'm talking about diverse people on this project, women, men, black, white, coming together saying, hey, we did this. We did this. The Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame, we did this. And that's what I'm saying. Everybody feels like we've been a part of this. And that means a lot to me.
Cincinnati, welcome to the historic grand opening of the Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame. You've seen them on national TV, breaking down celebrity news. You've seen them on Soul of a Nation, talking about the history, the origin, and importance of black music. You have also seen him on the new hit talk show, The Sherry Show, in which he serves as executive producer. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your celebrity co-host for tonight's induction ceremony, Mr. John Murray.
Cincinnati, how y'all feeling? Oh no, y'all look too good in your white to be that quiet. I said, Cincinnati, how y'all feeling? I don't know if we're at a Frankie Beverly and Mays concert or if this is church convocation, but you look mighty nice. It's good to see all this white in the room. Everybody feeling good? All right, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the day. We are here for the historic grand opening of the Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame. I'm your host, John Murray. I'm good to, I was here last year. How many of y'all were here last year? We had a good time last year, didn't we? We're gonna do it all over again. It's so great to be back because the dream is real, y'all. Last year we had, replicas and we had photos and some montages, but today the real thing is here. Isn't it amazing what can happen in a year? Seems like yesterday. Last year we saw an interactive tour video on the big screen, and this year we're all gonna be walking through the new Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame. And it is now my pleasure to introduce my friend, the visionary and founder, the developer of the Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame. She's somebody who knows everybody, and she got an answer for every problem. She's the Hamilton County Commissioner, the president, Alicia Reese. Come on, y'all. Get up on your feet and love on her real good. You're looking mighty nice. You're looking mighty nice.
There's been so many things that's held us down, but now it looks like things are finally coming around. I know we've got a long, long way to go, and where we'll end up, I don't know. But we won't let nothing hold us back. We're putting our show together, we're polishing up our act. And if you've ever been held down before, I know you refuse to be held down anymore. Don't you let nothing stand in your way. I want y'all to listen to every word I say, every word I say. Ain't no stopping us now. We're rolling up. Ain't no stopping us now. We got the groove.
All right, how y'all doing? I love you too. Woo! Ain't no stopping us now. We done had a lot of bad news in our lives, but today we got something positive. Today we have something positive. We're gonna dance. I want y'all to dance. I want y'all to celebrate the good news. I am just so overwhelmed, thankful, and honored to be here with you today. And I appreciate all of the support, the prayers, the accolades that you all have given me. But all the honor and the praise goes to God. There's nowhere in the world this could have been pulled off without God. And when He gives you an assignment,
You got to take the assignment, even though you might be saying, okay, God, are you sure now? But today is, I'm a witness, you all are witnesses of what he can do. He can part the Red Sea. And he has done that today. But today is not about me. God used me. He used me. And I want to thank him for using me. But I'm excited to say that we did it, everybody. We did it. Y'all did it. We did it together. We made history together. And it took a lot for us to get to this point. Believe it or not, to get this Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame, international, state-of-the-art, never been done anywhere before, right here in our county and in our city. It took a lot of people and a lot of moving parts. But the first thing I want to do, of course, I thank God. And the next thing I do is I thank my family. Because they don't care if I am successful or unsuccessful, I'm still family. I want to first acknowledge my mother, the late Barbara Howard Reese. My mother would never imagine that her daughter would be able to do this. She was born in the West End, the projects West End. And she could sing, and she was blessed with a voice. They called her Baby Retha. And then she met my father. He was going to be the next Berry Gordy. He was working for Motown. And he had his own independent label, which was so tough back then. And Cincinnati has a lot of people that had independent labels. And on his own independent label, he recorded my mother's self-titled Barbara Howard On the Rise. And I thank God they met each other and got married, because I wouldn't be here. And they went on, and the record business was really tough to have a family and be in the record business. So they ended up going in advertising. But they took me everywhere with them as a little girl. And I was there. I didn't know what I was looking at, but I was there. And so I would hear the stories, Bootsy, and back then the OJs, and Midnight Star. And I didn't know what I was listening to. I thought everybody had that story, but they didn't. And so my mother passed at 57 years young after fighting breast cancer for 12 years. I made a commitment to myself that I'm moving from titles to position. And I asked God to use me. And so he used me to be able to have these stories live on. I didn't want them to die when we die. They must live on for the next generation. And so that's what the Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame is about. These stories will live forever. People will be able to come here, be educated, and be inspired. Grandma and the grandkids will be able to dance together and laugh together. And so I like to recognize my mother's not here with me, but I thank God that my father is still here with me. Dr. Stephen Reese Sr. Can we get a spotlight over here? We got lighting people. Let's get it. Thank you, Dr. Reese. I want to acknowledge my sister, Tiffany Reese Stewart is here. She's working and helping. My brother, Coach Steve Reese, is in the house. My sister-in-law, Karen, my niece, Brianna, is in the house. She's up here tweeting. Say something nice about me. Say something nice about Auntie. My nephew is here, Jalen Reese. Y'all remember that name, one of the top point guards in the country. Was on ESPN.
and beat LeBron James's team. So he's on a good start. My cousins, Mr. and Mrs. Angelo Howard is here. They grew up with us. And my family, Mr. and Mrs. Orrin Gilbert is in the house. They've come in from all over the country. I don't know where they are. They're somewhere around here. And then my nephew, y'all remember him, famous artist to be, Mr. Deontay. We call him Tay-Tay. Came in from Cleveland State Institute of Art. So I have so many people. My sister from Central State, Omarosa, Miss Central State is in the house. I was Miss Grambling State, she was Miss Central State. And then my good friend, the first African-American commissioner, first African-American female commissioner of Alabama, Sheila Smoot, is in the house. So I want to thank everybody that came and flew in. At this time, I want to acknowledge our administration, but this could not have been done without the county commissioners. They came together. I want to thank them because I know at first they thought I was crazy, and I appreciate them going on with me. In the house is Commissioner Stephanie Summerall Dumas. And I want to also thank Commissioner Denise Driehaus. I want to thank the administration. If Jeff Aludo, who's our administrator, and Phil Beck, who is the project manager, and all of those at the county, please stand. Hamilton County is on the move. I want to thank the design team because when they asked me, what do you want it to be? I said, bring me Disney World, but on a budget. And I want to thank them for not thinking I'm crazy. Will the design team stand up and be recognized? This is world-renowned, award-winning designs. Let's get that lighting going back there. We got to see the folks, y'all. Let's get the lighting together. Next, I want to have the construction team. I want to tell you, we put this together in a year and a half. This is unheard of. Will the construction team stand up? We made it on time. On time. Everybody kept asking, will they make it on time? They said Messer has not missed a deadline yet, and I want to say that you guys are still undefeated. So thank you very much. They called me the honorary foreman because I was down there so much. I'm going to miss y'all, and I know y'all going to miss me. So I want to thank all of the, did I miss anybody? Construction consultants that worked on the project, stand up. All consultants, legal, and all of that. Our technology team, everybody, our technology team is in the house. Because of them, you will be able to dance and perform with Bootsy Collins. Bootsy, we're gonna perform with you, Bootsy. The mothership lands. It comes all the way from Paycor right down here, virtually with Bootsy Collins, and then it comes all the way. Penny comes from Germany, all the way over Paycor, and you can dance with them because of our technology team and our augmented reality. Also, I would like to thank, most importantly, all of you. So you all stand up and take a clap for yourself. The taxpayers of Hamilton County, thank you. You all did a fabulous job. But we could not do this without partnerships. We couldn't do this without partnerships. I want to thank the artists for believing in me when I called them. They didn't say, you're crazy, I can't come back. No, they said, we're in, we're here, we're ready to go. And I want to thank y'all.
I want to also say all of our inductees who are sitting up here today, which are going to be introduced, but I'm going to introduce them. Bootsy Collins, ladies and gentlemen, founding inductee. Otis Williams of Otis Williams and the Charms. We got a whole beat machine. They talk about 50 years of hip hop. You get a concert and it's over. We're going to keep the 50 years going with a whole beat maker area narrated by High Tech. We're excited to have Midnight Stars. So we'll be dancing out there with y'all. Midnight Stars in the house. And I ain't going to introduce the other ones because you'll be hearing from them pretty soon. But let me say, I mentioned her earlier. This sister, we on the phone all the time, and it's a different time zone. As we back and forth on these phones. Ladies and gentlemen, Penny Ford. Your song inspired me. I got the power. Keep it going. So with that, what you're going to see when you leave here, when we get done at the end, you'll get to go through the Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame. It will not pack up and leave when this weekend is over. It will be here permanently on the Ohio banks. And out of 198 acres, with the NFL stadium on one side, a Major League Baseball stadium on the other side, we took the half an acre and made a world-renowned Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame. And people of all races, I don't care how old you are, how young you are, what you look like, you can come here for free. So many people talk about equity and inclusion. This is equity and empowerment for the community. This is yours. This is for the culture. This is for our community. This is for our county. This is for the state. This is for the world. And make no mistake about it, it's a tourism attraction, bringing in dollars and people and getting us great publicity. So I hope that you'll be proud of this work. I hope that you'll feel like this is you. This is a part of you. So take care of it. Bring people back to visit it and tell the whole world about it. Last but not least, in the Walk of Fame, in addition to our stars this year, we have a section called Black Music Influencers. We go from jazz to R&B to opera, hip hop, we got it all. And today we have over 60 influencers that are here. The oldest being Frank Payne Jr., 101 years old, played for Duke Ellington and never got his due. You get your due today. This is our present to you. So today we give back for the next generation to come. We will bury a time capsule today in the project. There will be a story of inspiration and advice for the next generation. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the induction today, and I hope that you enjoy the Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame. It's yours. We did it together. We made history together. At this time, I'd like to bring up a brother, two people that was very instrumental. Damon Jones from Procter & Gamble. When I didn't have anything but rocks, didn't have no money, only had a flyer that I held up, brought him down here and said, Damon, can't you see it? He looking. Look around. He said, you know, you're my sister, but what we looking for? I said, the Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame. And he didn't say, wait till you get it built. Wait till you have some drawings. He said, I'm going to step in
and be the first corporate sponsor, Procter & Gamble. Now, when you go to Hollywood, it's $55,000 to get a star. You go to Nashville, they charge you $150 just to nominate somebody. But I wanted it to be free, and I wanted it to be authentic. And we got something way better than Hollywood. We're not just putting some stars in the ground. We got a whole interactive amusement style park with technology. So Damon Jones, he came in, he said, I'm gonna sponsor these stars, but I'm gonna be a partner with you. And he put somebody on loan, and he helped us to have stuff like this that's free, and he brought in Kroger's and so many other people. So at this time, I'd like to bring up both Damon Jones of Procter & Gamble and Lincoln Ware, who's on the selection committee. He's the chair. So if you got somebody that need to be in there, don't call me, call Lincoln Ware. I'd like to bring both of them up to talk about our partnership, because it took partnership to do it. Partnership with the airport, never been done before. We have a display in our international airport. So come up here, Mr. Damon Jones and Lincoln Ware.
How y'all doing, Cincinnati? I said, how y'all doing, Cincinnati? All righty, it is a blessing to be here, and I stand here with this group here with immense joy, pride, and just gratitude for not only what Commissioner Reese says is our newest tourism attraction. This is a tribute to those who provide the soundtrack to so many moments in our lives. And you just start thinking about the songs of the people that you will see on stage today, and think about a moment in your life. And when you think about that song, you get some emotion that comes back in that song. So that's a wonderful thing about this. I want to just take a minute. Maybe I'll start with just acknowledging the leadership of so many of the elected officials. I saw some of our city councilors, our mayor, the commissioners. Thank you for your leadership. But I want to talk for a minute just about Commissioner Reese. I've known Commissioner Reese for a long time. And whether you like it or not, her ears aren't attuned to the word no. Her mouth cannot form the lips in the right way to say the word no. But because her ears operate in that way, and because her mouth operates that way, we are gathered here today in this place celebrating what we are celebrating. So for your vision, for not saying no, I thank you. I also want to thank the many different sponsors. Yes, we have the privilege at Procter & Gamble being the lead sponsor here, but there are so many people that come together when we want to make magic happen in Cincinnati. And they step up too, and they say yes. So to our friends at Kroger, to Fifth Third, First National Bank, Hard Rock Casino, all in Cincinnati, the Greater Cincinnati Foundation, the Cincinnati Music Festival, the Cochran Firm, Broadway Cincinnati, and the Courtyard Marriott. Each of you said yes, and we thank you. And you often wonder why we take up and say, well, we got to get a sponsor some time. These people put their time, their talent, and their treasure for what they believe in a vision, and it would not be possible. So thank you for that. I also want to thank you for the support of the public sector, the Cincinnati Airport, the Cincinnati Public Library, Waterworks, Metro, and just so many people, the Cincinnati Police Department. Each in your own way, you step forward and you make this possible. But I want to close my remarks not just by saying thank you, but by inviting you, yes, to enjoy the tourism attraction, but to enjoy the moment of unity that music presents. In all the things that we can disagree on, we can agree on good music. We can agree on good times. And when younger generations come down here, they can see, well, somebody was from Cincinnati and they did this, so I can do that. So this is a symbol and an invitation for future generations of greatness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Damon. As Alicia Reese mentioned earlier, I'm on the selection committee, I'm the chair, and believe me, everybody wants to get on the Walk of Fame in the same year. We've got enough room out there to last us 50 more years. So we can't put everybody on in 1 year. So, but we appreciate all the people going on the website. They're making their nominations, their recommendations, And like I said, this area is enriched with talent. I mean, you talk about Bootsy, Midnight Star, and some of the other groups out there. This area, we got Ohio Players, we've got Sun, we've got Lakeside, we've got a whole Southwest area, not just Cincinnati. Remember, it's the Southwest Ohio area. So believe me, we got a lot of folks up in Dayton that are anxious, a lot of people from around that area, and they will get in eventually. Like I say, we've got a lot of room. P&G, hopefully they'll stay with us the rest of the way so we can put those stars in the ground. I would like to acknowledge our committee. I think their names will go up on the screen there. Our committee members, I can't think of them all now. We've got Don Juan for show, we got Ebony J, and some of the other people. It's behind me. Okay, there it is. I'm looking up at the screen. There. All the people, Ken Butts, Joe Mallory, Alicia Reese, Quentin Monroe. You got Don Juan, I mentioned him, Joe Santangelo, Christy Coons, Kent Butts, Ebony J, just a host of people who help me on a daily basis. But you can have all the troops in the world fighting the battle for you, but you got to have a leader. And Alicia Reese has been that leader for us. You know, you got George Patton, World War II. George Patton, without him, I don't know what those troops would have done. He led the troops into battle, and they won the war. So Alicia Reese, she's our Patton. She goes into battle, and she tells us which direction to take, and we take it, and she should get all the credit for what has happened here today, as well as everyone else. But she was our leader throughout this whole affair. Thank you very much, and let's continue with the show.
Come on, give it up for Lincoln Ware and Damon Jones. You know, Alicia Reese said something that is very important. Music is a tourism driver. You know, people from all over the world, not just in the United States, fly to Detroit to go visit Motown. They want to see the original place where Hitsville was made. I was hosting something recently in Memphis, and they told me, particularly the Asian community, come in droves to Memphis, not only to take in the blues, but they go to stop by Al Green's church on their way to the airport. They say he was smart to put a church by the airport. They say them charter buses pull up. They say he preached. Some of them don't even understand what he's saying. But he know how to get that offering out of them, though. Al had a good time last night. Shout out to Midnight Star, too, because y'all did y'all thing last night. It was a good time. But now Cincinnati has an additional tourism attraction in the Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame, because people will travel from all over the world to come see this music cemented. So give yourself a hand, because tourism is good for the economy. Another quick thing, you know, I was wondering why all of a sudden they slipped this white thing on us this year, because, you know, I'm usually in all black like the Omen. I was like, white? But when Alicia started shouting her family members out, I said, this is low-key your family reunion. I said, I was 45, 46, how many cousins do you have here today? And since I've gone off the script, I want to take a moment, personal moment of privilege. You know, there's so much work that goes into what you see. Like, I remember I was here hosting something for Jason Dunn several years ago, and, you know, when I come to town, Alicia says, I got something I want to show you. And I got in the car with you, and you took me to find some art that a local artist, G. Horton, that I'm a fan of, had done here in the city, and you were telling me about this, and at the time, it sounded like a big undertaking. I thought maybe 10, 12, 15 years from now. I ain't know, like 2 or 3 years later, we'd be sitting here walking into the place, and that takes a lot of work, my friend. This is a permanent concrete structure, and it's for all of us. As you like to say, for us, by us. How many of y'all used to rock that FUBU? For us, by us. So I know you had a lot of challenges. I know you had a lot of hurdles. Listen, you're in politics. I know there was political red tape that you had to maneuver through, but you're graced for that, and that's why we love you. And so I want to ask Miss Penny Ford to join me real quick, because, you know, we want to do something that's a little off the cuff for you right now.
Hello, everyone. Evanston represent. It's always great to be back home. As Commissioner President Reese mentioned earlier, I live in Germany, so I am 6 hours ahead of you. And there are very few people that I extend to tell me to call, that they can call me anytime, day or night. Very few. Some people take advantage of that, but Alicia Reese can call me anytime, day or night, about anything. Over the past year, we've talked many nights, many mornings about this project. And we, on behalf of the inductees and myself, we want to thank you for being a superhero in this city. There are not very many things in this city called black. And thank you for making this for us and a place that we can celebrate us. And that I could come home and be proud of what my fellow people here in Cincinnati have done and are doing to repair our city, to build our city, to build each other. So, like I said, on behalf of the inductees, we want to give you your star. Thank you, President Reese.
Come on and join us, Alicia. One more time for Alicia Reese, y'all.
Okay, somebody's in trouble because somebody's in trouble for this. I didn't know about this. I want to thank y'all. My chief of staff, Veda Stevens, I want to give him a big shout out. Although he's in big trouble after this, he kept a secret from me. But I want to thank him for all his work. And I just want to also, I didn't get to say, the production team, the team that put this whole event together. Please stand and wave your hand. I know you're working somewhere. Give it up for the production team. I mean, it's a lot of moving parts. Thank y'all so much. And Veda Stevens, my chief of staff, you've done an excellent job. 23 years young, youngest chief of staff in the history of Hamilton County. But you're in trouble for this one.
And we're not quite done yet. We decided that, you know, in addition to loving on you here, they got a video clip. Take a look. They got a video clip. Take a look.
That's John Glenn.
What do you ladies do for NASA?
Calculate launch and landing, sir. Engineering. And I'm proud as the devil to be working with you. How could you possibly be ogling these white men? It's equal rights. I have the right to see fine in Africa.
There's no protocol for women attending.
There's no protocol for a man circling the earth either, sir.
Don't you know that we're able?
Okay, let me give you the context. Because it's not necessarily about you, even though, because you know, you're not a hidden figure anymore, but there are so many hidden figures here in Hamilton County that will no longer be hidden figures after folks get to experience this Black Music Walk of Fame. Do you remember when you watched this movie, it seemed like all of Black America lit up and they were so proud of the brilliant women and their accomplishments with NASA and putting the first man on the moon? Well, at this historic grand opening of the Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame, today you are about to meet as well as learn about numerous hidden figures in Black music who are from Southwest Ohio and the global impact that they made. The musical genius who is known for creating the doo-wop sound is Otis Williams, and he's here from Cincinnati. The first Black woman to sing at the White House in 1878, Marie Salika Williams, and she's from Cincinnati. The famous jazz singer who voiced the mega hit song Street Life is the legend Randy Crawford from Cincinnati. The world-renowned opera singer Kathleen Battle is from Southwest Ohio. Did y'all know that? And the remarkable stories go on and on of the hidden figures in black music. These musical artists and their unique artistry and their sounds have paved the way for so many generations that have followed. And even the Italians have a song that is currently featured in the soundtrack for the Michelob commercial celebrating the NBA champions, the Denver Nuggets. The Italians are from Cincinnati. I hope they're getting a check from that Michelob commercial, though, because that commercial money is pretty nice. These artists and more that you are going to learn about today at the historic grand opening of the Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame are still relevant to this day. Their music has served as the soundtrack to our lives and our culture. And thanks to the vision of President Reese, we now have a permanent place where families can come for free 365 days a year to learn and celebrate the stories of these black artists and the musicians who have made this impact. Today's more than just an event. Today we are all a part of history in the making. And so without further ado, let's get you started on this journey to induct the 2023 class into the Black Music Walk of Fame. As part of today's induction ceremony, we want to first start by acknowledging the founding inductees of the Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame, who include Bootsy Collins, Otis Williams, Dr. Charles Fold, and the Isley Brothers. We also want to acknowledge the 2022 inductees, and I have a special place for them because I hosted last year, so I inducted y'all. Miss Penny Ford, Midnight Star, Wilbert Longmire, and my buddy High Tech. So we want to begin honoring our newest members in the Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame who will receive a star today. And our first inductee is a civil rights songwriter and composer, Louise Shropshire.
I remember when I was younger and I would tell people, well, my grandmother wrote We Shall Overcome.
And they would look at us.
I didn't really consider how that sounded outside of me.
She would tell me stories. When I was a little girl, I would go next door because she practically helped raise me. My mom and dad, they worked a lot. So I was there and she told me, I wrote the song, We Shall Overcome, which it didn't really mean that much to me. She told me when I was 5 or 6. She taught us to hear music in a different light, in a different way, to hear the actual sound of music, not just playing it just for the words.
The song that became We Shall Overcome was conceived out of pain. My grandmother's heart was broken. She said it was to the point of depression. But rather than hand herself over to depression or a broken heart, she channeled that pain into music. It became a spiritual force that transcended her, the four walls of the church, and it ended up going out into the world and having the same effect on the people who sang it than it did when she composed it.
I love the way her song has impacted the world. It's sung all over, and just to know somebody so tremendous, it's just a feeling I can't describe. Being honored in the Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame is really, I can't even put it into words for the simple fact that, man, it is mind-blowing. It's so humbling. Very, very humbling because my grandmother, I don't even know if she would have known how to take that in, I think her heart would just be filled and overjoyed to be inducted into the Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame. It is our family's wish that whoever comes to touch that stone, it becomes infectious to them. And the reason why I say that is my grandmother was everything love, and other people's destinies are tied in. And I really, truly believe that.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome national recording artist whose 1986 debut album featured the rousing top 10 hit, As We Lay, and our 2023 Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame top music influencer, Miss Shirley Murdoch.
You know, faith is stepping out on nothing and landing on something. When you think about writing a song about overcoming after the battle has been fought and the victory is won. But it's another thing to sing a song about overcoming when you're still in the midst of the struggle. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Oh, well, deep in my heart, I do believe that we shall overcome someday. Do y'all believe that? We are not alone. No. We are not alone. I said we are not alone. No, not today. Not today. Oh, deep down in my sanctified soul, whew, I do believe that we are not alone. No, not today. Not today. And guess what, y'all? We'll walk hand in hand. Yes, we will. Grab somebody by the hand. We'll walk hand in hand. I said we will walk hand in hand someday. I said we will walk hand in hand. Yes, I said we will walk hand in hand. Yes, we'll walk hand in hand someday. And I got good news for you. You see, God's gonna see us through. Come on, y'all. I said, God is gonna see, He's gonna see us through. Yes, He will. God is gonna see us through. Yes, He will. Someday. Deep down in my sanctified soul, I said, I do believe that we shall overcome someday.
Ladies and gentlemen, Shirley Murdoch. It gives me great pleasure to announce our 2023 inductee, Louise Shropshire, and here to accept the award is her grandchildren, Michelle and Robert. Please come and accept this award into the Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Oh, deep in my...
Oh, what a grand gesture of love for us this is. My grandmother, I wish she could have lived to see this. How many of you know that the system that oppressed those people when you saw them with the water holes and the dogs and everything, that same system declared that "We Shall Overcome" was the most powerful song in the 20th century, and that the short, simple lyrics of "We Shall Overcome" might be some of the most influential words in the English language. How many of you know that those words are the words of Louise Shropshire, and they were conceived right here in Cincinnati, Ohio? Allow me to tell you a little bit in depth about my grandmother and how powerful she was. There are two main attributes of her character that cannot go unnoticed. And the first one was she was a little lady with a very big voice, and she commanded every room she walked into. The second was she had a very real relationship with Jesus Christ. Allow me to put the focus on the lyrics to "We Shall Overcome." A couple of lyrics in particular. I do believe. Now, there are many, from "If My Jesus Wills" to "We Shall Overcome," they made changes, right? But when we're talking about "I do believe," that's an identifier of Louise Shropshire because it never left its place of origin. So when you say "I," who's the "I" we talking about? We're talking about Louise Shropshire because she was the one who said, "I do believe." It is in the roots of the song that we gain the understanding of the purpose of the song. It is in the origins that we gain the wisdom and direction on how to overcome any and all adversity just as she did. In 1993, I sat at my grandmother's bedside at her deathbed. She was getting ready to leave this life. And she spoke her last words of life to me. It was just me and her in the bedroom. I had just gotten baptized, and I decided to see things her way because up until that point, I was kind of wild, and and she would always tell me, "Robert Anthony, you don't have to keep living like that." So by the end of her life, I had gotten it. I got the message. And so I sat there at her bedside, and I took my baptism certificate and showed it to her. She looked at it and she said, "I love you and I'm proud of you." And then she turned her attention to her music. She said, "I have a lot of songs, and one day somebody's going to do something with all of my music." And I promised her that night that I would do that for her. And that began my journey to getting her recognized, and that got her to this point.
Wonderful.
So, Commissioner Reese, I want to thank you. Your Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame has just now become sacred ground. Cincinnati, thank you for being a beacon of light that inspired my grandmother to form those words in this city. Thank you.
Come on, put your hands together for the Shropshire family and the legacy of Louise Shropshire. And can we give another round of applause to the iconic Shirley Murdoch? You know, whenever she hits the stage, I start singing, so we counted up the cost. But instead, we got lost in the second, in the minute, as we lay. You know, a saved person wrote that lyric. That's redemption. I got convicted after I did what I did. That lust fell off of me. My spirit then I shouldn't be having to take this walk of shame. So I counted up the cost. My God, Alicia Reese, I got to preach on me that you had on you earlier. Some Baptist preacher's gonna preach that tomorrow because you're gonna be a little hungover from the festival. So you need a quick word. You're gonna go straight from that to they hung him high, they stretched him wide. All right, I'm clowning a little bit now. Let me get back on the program. Somebody put me on the program. Our next inductee is Felipe Wynn. Let's take a look at this package.
An outstanding soul artist, Felipe Wynn was a powerhouse performer whose magical voice moved many, earning him the nickname Soul Wynn. Starting his career as a gospel singer, Wynn eventually emerged as an R&B star, joining the Spinners as a lead vocalist and becoming the voice behind some of their biggest hits. From touring the world with the Spinners, including an impromptu backstage sparring session with Muhammad Ali, to stellar collaborations as a solo artist, Felipe Wynn's story is one of grit and glory. And it began here in Cincinnati, growing up in an orphanage where he and his 3 siblings chose to be guided by hope, faith, and their gift of music.
Our family sang. Well, we sang all the time. We sang in the home. There was music. There was always music, music, music.
It's a shame the way you mess around with your man. It's a shame the way you hurt me.
Some of the memories that I have of my uncle, as he started his career and got really big, he would still come back and see his family. And my mom, of course, was his sister, and his other sisters lived in this region. And we sit in the living room, sing Sadie and Rubber Band Man.
His voice was phenomenal. Wow.
When I saw this short back guy, there's a band between his toes. Hey, I laughed so hard 'cause the band got down when it finally reached his nose.
I know his voice has been an inspiration to many of the famous singers now and those who are coming up too.
I listened to him religiously. I listened to him when he was in the Spinners. I listened to him when he was in Parliament Funkadelic, singing Not Just Knee Deep.
Make no mistake, this funky music got what it takes.
Well, Felipe was with Bootsy Collins early on in his career, so Bootsy knows him well.
He was so much fun. He was so funny, but yet he was so serious about his stage presence. You know, what he sung, we'd be jamming behind him. He would walk out, you know, in the audience. He'd pick out certain people to just go to the table and just start singing.
This is one of the greats, one of the most influential and most original singers I'd ever heard. There was a soul in that man that man just had a spirit in him, man.
He would just say his heart in song. He would sing what he was thinking.
Everywhere we went, he would kill people. I mean, he had this gospel thing, you know.
That gospel and spiritual upbringing played a prominent role in his singing. you could just feel it. You could feel it. I mean, when I hear him sing, I just. I am so excited about him and being inducted into the Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame. I am just ecstatic about that. That is so wonderful. They acknowledged it before the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
It's a beautiful honor. I wish we were around to be here and be present with us to see it, because I would just love to shake this man's hand and look into his eyes and thank him for his gift.
I know the way he died on stage. He always wanted to do his best and give his best. That's why he did not stop. When they were asking him for more songs, we want to hear you, you know? He couldn't stop. In other words, he died doing what he loved to do. Being from Cincinnati, of course, and being honored in Cincinnati and Hamilton County, this is where he grew up. This is where he played, grew up, went to school. And I'm sure that would have meant more to him than any other award that he could get, really.
Felipe Wynn was nominated. Felipe Wynn was nominated online and got the most votes. So I wanted Lincoln Ware to be here with us, as well as it's sponsored by Kroger's. We're excited that our 2023 inductee is Mr. Felipe Wynn. And here to accept this award is Annie T. Walker, who is also an operatic dynamite singer, world renowned, who are also 2023 top Black music influencers. Annie T. Walker.
And I'm up here because Felipe was my uncle. This is my aunt. And his family is here. If you can stand up. And I would be remiss, because I'm not on the program, but I have an assignment from God. And my assignment is, as the first Black African-American commissioner on this board since its inception 223 years ago, I am the first African-American commissioner. And in addition, I'm the first African-American female in the whole state of Ohio to be a commissioner. And it's really not about me, but the reason why I bring that up, and God wants me to expose it and reveal it, is the fact there are 3 commissioners. I am one of 3. And I oftentimes wonder, being the first African American, we now have 2 African Americans and 3 women. And I wonder, would we even see this day if we hadn't started what I started as a trailblazer? So God told me that my assignment is to shine the light on darkness. And that's why I started, and that's why I'm here, and that's why our other commissioner is not able to make it. But I just want to make it clear that nothing happens in the commission unless you have 2 votes. Unless you have 2 votes, this would not happen. The money would not be funneled, and there were 3 votes. We unanimously supported this. So, as we're celebrating and being excited about the people that we're honoring, I know that heaven is celebrating it too. So thank you.
I'm just truly overwhelmed, and I'm so grateful for this tremendous honor to receive this on behalf of my beloved brother, who was a visionary, a philosopher, a nurturer, and a wonderful, fantastic singer. And I want to thank the commissioners and President Alicia Reese. Thank you so much. I thank everybody for this wonderful, wonderful moment. And I'm sorry, but I'm just an emotional person.
Yes.
And I just have one more thing to say about Sadie. And we have other sisters. We grew up, we were a 2-family home.
Yes.
Okay. We have all kind of sisters, and Stephanie can mention them. But the song Sadie was actually about our family life growing up as children. And all those things he sang about, that's what happened in the house. And so I just thank God, and I thank everybody. Thank you.
Yeah. Love you. Yeah, love you. You want to take you over here? Take you over here? Okay.
Come on, let's give it up for the Wynn family. And Commissioner Dumas, we thank you for your service. There's a saying that we're better together, so we're glad you were the first, but we're also glad that you partnered with Alicia Reese to make this wonderful thing happen. You said there were 3 votes. That was 1 for the father, 1 for the son, and I think that preach thing just fell on me again. But we're grateful. We're grateful. Belinda, come here for a second. Belinda, come here for a second. I feel like we need to have a moment where somebody at least hums a little bit of Sadie, right? Sadie, don't
you know we love you, sweet
Come on, y'all, we dressed up like a choir, sing along.
Place no one above, sweet Sadie, living in the past.
You said they got to pay for the rest of it. I got you. Thank you so much. I remember Mavis Staples told me that one time. I said, can you sing a little something for me? She said, baby, you got to pay this bird to chirp. That's what she said. All right, listen, our 3rd inductee, I had the personal privilege of touring his museum down in Augusta and eating at his daughter's restaurants. But what y'all don't know is he recorded so much of his music right here in Cincinnati. Give it up for the godfather of soul, James Brown. The audio's not playing.
Growing up, the most impactful and influential.
We are delighted to present James Brown on our stage on this show. So let's have a fine welcome for our very fine talent.
Growing up, The most impactful and influential artist in the world was James Brown. James Brown is the reason I do music.
James Brown came to Cincinnati to King Records, and at the time fired his whole band. This is a man. He was looking for a new sound, something different, and he came in to King Records, and there's a Bootsy in there who's young and playing this new sound. And so there was a new funk sound for James Brown that came up right from Cincinnati, Ohio.
It was all about playing your note. And you could tell when we on stage playing, if somebody drop out that's supposed to be there, it's like all eyes turn to that mug, you know. So it's like you don't want to drop out, you know, you want to play your note. James Brown helped me whether he wanted to or not.
His ability to, with song, impress upon people in certain ways, everything from happiness to a way to exhale. I think that's the part that I take most from what James Brown did.
It's one thing I've always tried to do is be unlike anybody else. It's the word can't make your soul sing. Can't. I think one thing that made a black man more heavier for soul coming from the States is because of the fact that he had extra hard knocks. And he lived with the word can't for so long.
James Brown used to come to the radio station. He'd pull up in the big limousine, and he'd have his people there, and you know he'd always have whatever his next hit was, his next song would be. He'd have copies for all the DJs, and he'd make sure we got a copy of his next record, which always became a hit. Of course, it's James Brown. What else would you expect?
Georgia. Thank you.
He was always, you know, a fun guy to be around and loved to come on and interview with you. And he always would call me Soul Brother number 2. Later, where? You Soul Brother number 2. You know, he was Soul Brother number 1, of course.
You've seen him on the Disney Channel and Flipper Rolling Rink. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome national roller skater and choreographer, Mr. Dylan Morton.
It's time for the event we've all been waiting for.
One more time. Say it loud.
Check this out.
Can I get into all our things? Yeah. We're ready to get into it. Yeah. I'm gonna count it off, Jab. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get up. Get on up. Get up. Get on up. Get up. Get on up. Stay on the scene. Get on up. Like a sex machine. Get on up. Get up. Get on up. Get up. Get on up. Stay on the scene. Get on up. Like a sex machine. Get on up. Get on up. Get on up.
Double G, Double G. What up? This Snoop D-O Double G for Rizzy.
Make it fun. Make it fun. Ha! Make it fun. I got to make it fun. Make it fun. Make it fun. Tell me, ain't it? Make it fun. No, it is. Make it.
Check this out.
Again, I'm mad. Get down with my girlfriend. That ain't right. Whoa! Morgan, all in cuss. You wanna fight?
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
Can I really get into it? Yeah. Look at him. We're gonna have a funky good time. 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 Let's take 'em up, Fred. We gotta take you high. Yeah, 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 yeah. I feel good. I knew that I wouldn't. I feel good. I knew that I wouldn't. So good.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2023 inductee, the godfather of soul, Mr. James Brown. Here to accept his award, his daughter, who was with him all over the world, Dr. Deanna Brown.
I feel good. I knew that I wouldn't. I feel good. I knew that I wouldn't. So good. So good. I got you. Wow. I feel nice. A sugar and spice. I feel nice.
To God be the glory. President Reese, thank you for your determination, for your commitment, for your vision, and for your obedience to our mighty Lord and Savior. You know, my father comes from picking cotton, working on the railroad. He had to stop going to school in the 7th grade because of insufficient clothing. My grandparents couldn't afford clothes in the segregated South. So holes in his shoes and holes in his clothes, they sent him home. But I wonder sometimes what was on the mind of my grandparents, who had to live in those conditions. How could they have known that they were going to have the greatest artist in the world as their son? I stand here on the shoulders of strength, power, resilience, and I'm gonna get it done whether you like it or not kind of attitude. Today, President Reese, is Manifestation Day. We manifest what God placed in your heart, and we are thankful. He wrote songs like, "Don't Be a Dropout." I don't want nobody to give me nothing. Open up the door. I'll get it myself. It's a man's world. But y'all know it wouldn't be nothing without a woman or girl, because there ain't no other way for you to get here on this planet but to come by way of a woman. Thank you to the city of Cincinnati and to all the people here. We go back to King Records. And when I get to this part, I got to call my brother Bootsy Collins up with me to stand by me. Because God left angels to watch over me. So Bootsy and Sister Patty, y'all come stand next to me right now. He touched people all over the world, but he started right here in Cincinnati. He gave careers, lifelong careers to people. Now, he didn't own King Records financially, but he owned King Records. And kicked off the careers of so many artists who gave us so much great music over the years, including my brother right here, Bootsy Collins, who continues to stay on the one.
On the one, baby.
On the one. Is there another way to do it?
No. Gotta be on the one.
So again, I thank you. Before I leave this stage, I want y'all to come at me when I tell you what I need to say. Because see, one thing about it, when I say what I say, you already know what to do. And I want you to say it so loud that them folks down in Florida who think slavery benefited us can hear you. Say it loud. Say it loud. One more time, say it loud. I love you, Cincinnati, and God bless you.
Come on, one more time for Dr. Deanna Brown and the legacy of her father, the late, great James Brown, the godfather of soul. Yeah, this is a photo we need to capture right here. And I'm gonna step into this one too, because I need this one myself. If I can take my personal moment of privilege. You might need to airbrush that shine off my forehead, though. Okay, we good? All right. Now, y'all know after every presentation, I like to do a little something, but I can't do what Dr. Dylan Morgan did, because if I get out here roller skating and dropping and doing a split like James Brown, the only thing that's going to split on me is these pants. Yeah, I might got young man swagger, but once you turn 40, certain things you just don't try. So all the OGs out there, don't you get excited when you leave your talking about, listen, girl, I saw that young boy, you was looking at him, I'm gonna try that, you won't even make it to the concert tonight. There's not enough Ben Gay in Cincinnati to help you with that, all right? So let's just kids, don't try this at home, all right? All right, listen, our next inductee, I feel like it was an organic moment because last year, one of the members came to celebrate Midnight Star, and Alicia Reese, being Alicia Reese, was like, well, I'm gonna put you in next year. Well, here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, our fourth inductee, The Deal.
This journey starts at Hughes High School in Cincinnati, Ohio. We had a beloved teacher, music teacher, Mr. Terry Brown, and myself, K.O., Dee, and Carlos, we were all in Mr. Brown's music class. We basically formed our relationship with each other in music there. K.O. and I became absolute best friends. We had a band called Pure Essence, and we made a couple of records. One of them was called Third Rock. K.O. is probably in the top 5 greatest bass players ever. And that's a big statement because, you know, Bootsy Collins is from Cincinnati. And I remember having a conversation with K.O. and I said, you know what we need? We need a lead singer who is a star, who has charisma of Mick Jagger. We need somebody like that. And K.O. says, what about Darnell Bristol?
I looked at them like they had made it because they were so professional. They played like black rock. I mean, I was just blown away. So I joined Essence.
We were making good music, But we sort of hit a wall with Pure Essence. We were on the wrong track.
I knew there was something more. So one day I just told the guys, I said, hey man, I quit. They called me a week later. They said, we quit too. Let's start our own thing.
We started playing in a club in Indianapolis, Indiana called the Zodiac Lounge. There was a version of the Ohio Players that played in the club, and in that band was a young guitar player named Stanley Burke, and we were blown away by him. He could play, he had presence, he had style, he was in the moment. He was just in the pocket of where music was heading. And while in Indianapolis, we met another insanely talented young man named Kenny Edmonds. One day, we were in the studio with Bootsy Collins, and I remember when Babyface walked in, he walked in the room as Kenny Edmonds, and Bootsy looked up at him and said, Babyface. And just like that, the name Babyface took hold, and a star was born. And Kenny ended up joining the band as a guitar player, keyboard player, writer, producer extraordinaire, and just overall resident genius.
I said, excuse me.
Carlos was like a brother to me. I had known him since 3rd grade, and he had just gotten out of the service. And when I would come home, he's like, man, what you doing? What's going on? I said, man, we got a group, man, The Deal. And Carlos was like, oh man, get me in there. Get me in the group. So Carlos became the second lead singer.
And that rounded out the band, and that was The Deal.
When we came back to Cincinnati, we met Midnight Star.
Their keyboard player, Bo Watson, we hired him to come cut the demo that we were working on.
But our demo was so good. Dick Griffey told us. He loved the music so much. He signed the deal without even knowing what we looked like.
Hearing our song come on the radio for the first time ever, right? That was mind-blowing. But man, when we heard Body Talk come on the radio, that was life-changing.
When you hear music from the 80s into the 90s, you can almost bet that The Deal had a hand in it.
Darnell is largely responsible for the success that we've had in music, simply because he understood what works in music and what doesn't work in music. He always had this knack for it. He just understood it. And he had the charisma, and he had the voice, the writing skills, the vocal ability, the presence. D was the catalyst that really got us on track and sort of wrote the blueprint that became the success of The Deal.
It is an honor to receive the Walk of Fame star because it lets you know that all the work we did, just living and breathing music, that it paid off, and that Cincinnati, Ohio appreciates what I did and what The Deal did. This is the best.
I only think of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the national recording artist and current member of The Deal, Louis.
Cincinnati! 'Cause every time I close my eyes, I think of you, baby. It don't matter what the season is, I still love you. With all my heart, I wanna be with you ever, wherever you are. My summer love is beautiful, but it's not enough to satisfy emotions that are shared between us. Our winter love is cozy, but I need so much more. It just intensifies my wants to have a love that endures. Just every time I close my eyes, I think of sing. No matter what the season is, I still love you with all my heart. I wanna be with you forever. That's day and night, night and day. I go for broke if I could be with you. Only you can make it right. Come along, sing along with me. Shoo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo, doo. No, the springtime love, summer love, oh, shoo-doo-doo-doo. Only you can make it right. Oh, I only.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our 2023 inductees, the Dio!
What up, Natty? I said, what up, Natty? Hey, guess what? I love y'all. Woo. Hey, first of all, I'd like to give an honor to the man above for being the head of my life. Secondly, to my family, I love you. I have so many here tonight, this evening. I got my beautiful grandson who happens to be Alicia Reese's chief of staff. Where you at, dude? Veda Stevenson Jr. I'm so proud of him. I got my daughter Nikki here. I got my son Kevin here. Julian, Jade, and my little son who I lost, a couple of years ago, but I know he's looking down. Diane, Donna, Jennifer, Annette, Stephanie, and my little brother who's my rock. I couldn't have did this without him. He took this journey with me on the second half. Jeff, where are you, man? I love you. Come here. And I would just like to say, from a kid from Mount Auburn, myself and Carlos, I was a skinny little dude in the 3rd grade, met Carlos, he was in the 5th grade, and we've been together ever since, me and Carlos, making cardboard guitars in my mother's living room doing the splits. I'm talking about synchronized, going to parties, turning it out. And to all the Deal members, LA, KO, Face, Stick, oh my God, and the newest member, who's been with us for 20 years. That young man that just got finished singing, he's the truth. I just want to thank you all, and my mother. I love you, Mom, and my father, my late father. And my honey, she's in here somewhere too. I got to get that in. Where you at, baby? I love you. Yeah. Hey, you know, I'm talking a lot, but I'm just humbled, and I am so freaking proud. Alicia. Oh, my God. What a trooper. Tara, Dr. Tara. And I might be saying her name wrong. Dr. Tara, another trooper. And Kathleen, or Kathleen, yeah. Hey, y'all are the best. This would not be possible. And last but not least, if I have forgotten anybody, it's because there's so much love in here that is too many people to mention, so you know who you are. Even the people, my new employment, love them. Lynn Myers in the game. I see you, Jeremy. And last but not least, and this is so real, I will repeat, this is a love fest from me and the fans of Cincinnati and all over the world. On behalf of the deal and the Cincinnati Black Music Walk of Fame, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm really not a public speaker, but I'm going to try to make this fast. I think come on, Rose. Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. I'd like to thank my family, everyone who is blood related to me. I got the babies in the house tonight. I think my daughter Candace and Chelsea are here, my grandkids. Kelsey's here. Thank you to these guys behind me who took me on this fantastic journey, and which ended up my life. I love all you guys. I remember getting that call telling me I was in the group. I was like, oh, I'm in the group? And then I found out like a couple years ago that not everybody at first wanted me in the group. Yeah, LA, I read your book. But we have grown to be one big family, and I'm so honored to be here. Thank you, Cincinnati. Thank you, Alicia Reese. Thank you, Academy. Thank all of you for supporting me, and may God be with you.
This is a proud moment, and I thank everybody that's here. I got family in the audience. Where y'all at? I've been looking for y'all all night. Where my kids at? They over there? Thank y'all. I love y'all. Thank you for being patient with your dad and all that. I'm about to cry. Thank you. Thank you. I'm out.
Hey! Cincinnati! Woo! There's so many people in here that are responsible for this journey that we have to acknowledge. First of all, just like my brothers. First, acknowledge my brothers, right? And like my brothers, I have to acknowledge our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And my dear family, wherever you guys are, Erica, where are you? Ariana, Addison, Aaron and Antonio. Where are you? I can't see you guys. Make some noise over there. That's the Reed clan, y'all. I love y'all. When we formed our band back in the early 80s, it was the generosity and the vision of Midnight Star that really opened the doors for us. So I really want to thank Midnight Star, A, for your generosity, for your guidance. They literally took us into their home and taught us how the art of songwriting, produced our first album, guided us, nurtured us, and really gave us the confidence to do what we went out to do. So all of you guys, Reggie, Bill, Belinda, Bo, Melvin, MacArthur, Bobby, Jeff, Vincent, and my man Kenneth Gant, man, I love y'all, man. It was y'all. It was you guys. And our great inspiration came from the godfather of the Cincinnati music scene and Rock and Roll Hall of Famer, Funketeer. We were inspired, deeply inspired by the Honorable Bootsy Collins. It was you, bro. Yeah. And Alicia Reese. I don't know how many times you've heard your name today, but it wasn't nearly enough. Like, we're gonna say it again. Alicia Reese. Alicia Reese. Thank you guys for this really beautiful honor. I'm gonna cut this out, but in the words of my brother Darnell Bristol, we only think of you, Cincinnati, on 2 occasions. That's day. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the deal. Now, LA, hold on, DJ. Hold on a second, DJ. Hold on a second, DJ. LA, now, you know, we love doing you real good today. And, you know, I got to take a personal moment of privilege. You know, I happen to know you're working with Usher, and them Vegas tickets are hard to get. Now, I done a good job hosting tonight. Can you hook a brother up?
Sold out.
Sold out? He got some tickets in his wallet somewhere, right? All right, y'all, one more time for the deal. Okay, listen, before the DJ plays, how many of y'all were here last year? And how many of y'all didn't follow the rules last year and went outside and couldn't hear nothing and was mad? Yeah, don't do that this year. So let me explain what's gonna happen here. Isn't this beautiful in here? Don't y'all love this wonderful edifice? And haven't the video packages and things been really nice tonight? Haven't you loved watching those? Can we give a round of applause to the people who've edited and put together those packages? It's like little mini unsungs, you know? Well, here's the thing. Our inductees are now going to go outside so they can actually be photographed and presented their stars in the space where they're gonna go. But here's the thing. If you break the rules and follow them outside, you're not gonna know what's going on because there's no mics and no speakers out there because it's being produced out there so you can enjoy it in here. Turn to somebody and say, enjoy it in here. Here's another thing. They don't got air conditioning out there, huh? So do you want to sweat through your white? Say no. So if you stay here, you'll get to see the inductees, get to see their stars for the first time, and it's all going to be produced for us inside. Say inside. You can go out there and get mad if you want to, but they're not letting you back in, all right? All right, you ready, Alicia Reese?
Let's go back.
Go ahead, it's all yours.
All right, y'all, we're here. We're getting ready to cut the ribbon. 1, 2. We're not going to cut on this one. Pictures. One, two, three. Hey.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. Now we're going to unveil your stars. So give the scissors back. We're out here. We're going to unveil the star. Go this way. We want to thank all of you for being here. What? We're live, so we got to get there.
We live and the camera cut away.
We want to give a shout out to also our production team. Thank you so much. LAI Communications, Johnny on the spot, leading this effort We really appreciate you, all of the volunteers. We're going to unveil the first star. We get to pull it. I feel incredible. Finally, Cincinnati, Southwest Ohio is on the map for all of the music that came from this area.
The crowd is turning, but it's not turning on me because I'm in here. Let's see here. So these are a lot of shoulders that we see here, not many stars. This is what happens when the people don't follow the rules and they go outside. So it's messing up the shot. So if y'all come next year, then you'll get to tell them, don't you take your tails outside. They just told you not to go outside because you're messing it up now. We can't see nothing. But it looks like we have cumulus clouds in the sky. Okay, now we're back to the logo again. Sure wish y'all could put my mic in the ear of the cameraman. Sure would like to tell him to go find a star for us to see. Yeah, listen. I got to entertain the people while we don't see what we're supposed to be seeing. Just waiting. Just, you know. So the weather is really good in Cincinnati this year, huh? This time last year was really bad, right? And ladies, if the men don't really want to hug you today, it's because we got on white and we don't want y'all getting that fashion fair on our shoulders. You know. Look like multiple shades of brown as you walk around. Here we go. Okay, so listen, they having some technical challenges out there. So all that stuff I said earlier, don't charge it to me, charge it to the scriptwriter. We're not gonna see much of nothing, but the band is about to play for y'all, and y'all can dance your way on out. Listen, thank y'all for being so kind to me. If the check clears, I might be back next year. I'm John Murray. Follow me online at JAWNMURRAY. Watch the Sherry Show here and in your local markets. I love y'all. Thank you. God bless you.
Oh, we're gonna get you ready for the Ohio players. You can dance as you walk. Don't forget we're here. We're making history. Along with P.N. Everson Price and the All-Star Band. Take care, Brother Gene.
Here we go. This is that ice cold Michelle Fox with that white gold. This one for them hood girls, them good girls. Straight masterpieces, styling, wildin', living it up in the city. We got Chuck's on with Saint Laurent. Gotta kiss myself, I'm so pretty. I'm too hot, hot damn. Call the police and the fireman. Too hot, hot damn. Baby dragon wanna retire, man. Too hot, hot damn. Say my name, you know who I am. Too hot, hot damn. Give my band money, break it down. Girls hit me, hallelujah. Girls hit me, hallelujah. Girls hit me, hallelujah. 'Cause Uptown Funk gon' give it to you. 'Cause Uptown Funk gon' give it to you. Uptown Funk gon' give it to you. Saturday night we're in the spot. Don't believe it, just watch. Ah. Don't believe it, just watch. Ah. Don't believe it, just watch. Don't believe it, just it. Fill my cup, put some liquor in it. Take a sip, sign a check. Julio, get the stretch. Right to Harlem, Hollywood, Jackson, Mississippi. If we show up, we gon' show out. Smoother than a fresh drop skippy. I'm too hot, hot damn. Got the police and the fireman. Too hot, hot damn. Nigga drag wanna retire, man. Too hot, hot damn. Say my name, no I'm too hot, hot damn. Get my band bound, them wanna break it down. Girls hit me, hallelujah. Girls hit me, hallelujah. Girls hit me, hallelujah. 'Cause Uptown Funk gon' give it to you. Uptown Funk gon' give it to you. Uptown Funk gon' give it to you. Saturday night we're in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, 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 yeah, I see you out there. Everybody looking good in that all white today. Come on and party with us. Say uptown funk you up. Say uptown funk you up. Come on. Say uptown funk you up. Say uptown funk you up. Sing along. Say uptown funk you up. Say uptown funk you up. Come on. Say uptown funk you up. Say uptown funk you up. Ah, dance, jump on it. You're sexy and flaunt it. You're freaky and on it. Don't brag about it, just show me. Dance, jump on it. You're scared and flaunt it. Well, it's Saturday night, we're in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch.